Welcome everyone to another Melee Game stream. Hey, I'm Melee James, and you can't see me right now. I am literally John Cena, folks. Literally John Cena-ing it. How's it going, everybody? We have a very special, unique stream for you today, and you are going to see me very, very, very soon. Very soon, once we jump into this call in about a minute. Let me see if I can explain what the plan is today. I am very excited for it because it involves two of my favorite people ever. This is a mind creation from Kay, if you will. This is her mastermind plan that she came up with, and I'm so excited for it. So I am not the star today. I'm never the star, but I am definitely not the star today. What we are going to be doing is, you hear that music right now? It should be pretty quiet. Should be a little bit quiet. But you should hear that music, and that music is Paul Hadouken, and we were listening to DJ Axis earlier. That is the music you hear on this channel every single freaking day. We are live throughout the show. You hear DJ Axis and Paul Hadouken. So what are we doing? Let's get to know these two people. We are going to be interviewing, chatting, hanging out, talking, whatever you will, with these two folk, DJ Axis and Paul Hadouken. And any questions you have for them, shoot them in the chat. We're going to be asking them all sorts of stuff about their inspirations, influences, music talk, video game talk, all sorts of stuff. If you have a question for these people, let us know. I cannot frickin' wait. And I got a little bit more time. Let's catch up with chat before we jump in there. We got Reese Kane, which I do love. Reese is going boo. Ah! How's it going, Reese? And we got Kendon saying, what is up, y'all? What is up, Kendon? And Extra Zero saying, hail, chat. Well, hail to you, good sir. And we got Medvex saying, hello. Why, hello there. And Paul's in the chat, even though he's the star of the show. Paul, you're the star of the show. Why are you in the chat? And he says, I'll be a little late, but I'll be in the chat in the meantime. That's perfect. Paul, as always, is everywhere. You can't escape Paul. He is freaking everywhere. Medvex says, Jets game on TV and this on the phone. I am a happy man. And to that I say, let's fucking go, Aaron Rodgers. We've been so freaking busy. I have not been able to catch any football. But this year I'm mainly cheering for the Saints because I like Derek Carr, because I want a Derek Carr revenge arc. And he is a very handsome man, and I identify with him. I love him. So, but if I could pick a second, it would be Aaron Rodgers with his Jets arc. So that's who I'm cheering for, is mainly Derek Carr and a side dish of Aaron Rodgers, if you will. So yeah, I would love that. I'd love that. Let's go Aaron Rodgers. Let's go Derek Carr. And Nerdinio says perfect timing. Nah, it's never perfect here. Nothing here is perfect. But should we get on with the show? Should we get on with it? I see DJ Axis in the call, and I see Melee K in the call, so let's get it frickin' started. How's it going, you guys?
Howdy, howdy. We don't see your camera yet. What's going on?
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Oh, wait. There we go. And
I love that I could hear you, like, in the background, and you're just talking about football. Like, I knew this was going to happen.
Well, we had a guy come in talking about the Jets, and so I'm like, all right, let's talk about Aaron Rodgers for several hours.
Oh, yeah, right? Aaron Rodgers is over there now, hey?
Yeah, so tonight it's Jets versus Bills, I believe, which that should be a really good game. But we're not here to talk about sports ball, even though Kendon just said I have a twinge of hate when it comes to Derek Carr, but then I remember he's not on the Raiders anymore. Chiefs for life. Well, it's hard to beat that.
We'll talk about that later. We'll have a conversation about football later, because I'm curious now. But this is not about us today, James. For once, it's not about us.
It's never about me.
We're going to be talking about DJ Axis and Paul Hadouken. I heard you do a beautiful intro out there, so I won't waste too much time.
Good.
But I really wanted to take an opportunity to talk to DJ and talk to Paul and hear about their inspirations around the music they create, why they got in this space, what kind of video game music they like, all sorts of stuff. So that's what we're going to do today. It's going to be super casual conversation. Of course, chat is always welcome to chime in with questions, comments. We want to hear from you guys as well. But without further ado, is that the saying?
I think so.
I think so. DJ Axis, welcome to the show.
What is going on, Booty Games? Wait, are we Booty Games today?
We're Booty Games today!
We're Booty Games today. The Men Behind the Music Booty Games edition.
Exactly.
Done.
Okay, cool. Okay, I didn't screw up the intro. What's going on, everybody?
It's perfect. It's perfect. Well, DJ, I think a lot of people here, and there's quite a few people tuning in right now, because everyone loves what you do, man. I think a lot of people know who you are already, but like I said to you before, this is a really good opportunity for you to talk to the people that also don't know who you are. So I'd love it if you just kind of introduce yourself, tell us, what kind of stuff you do, and just, I don't know, talk at us. We like it.
Okay. Well, for the people who don't know me, I'm DJ Axis. I've been in this sort of community and the previous community for a long, long time. I was in old school Screw Attack in 2007, right around the time that James, the AVGN, was taking off, just blowing up content-wise. And that's pretty much it. I tried to get my start as a professional musician in the early 2000s. It didn't take off, but we can get into that a little bit later.
I want to get into that, yeah.
Oh, okay. I specialize in electronic music. All my music is electronic. I don't play a single instrument. It's all done through a DAW, or a digital audio workstation, as we call it in the music biz. So my official title is music producer. You can call me whatever. I do remixes. I do original music. I stay up late with James on secret Doom 64 streams, but we won't talk about that. Shh.
The secret.
It's a secret to everybody. That's kind of it.
Oh, that's great. Well, now I had questions for you. Now I have like 50 more questions.
That's fine.
I'm going to start with a really basic one, which is what's the name and why did you pick DJ Axis? I think that's always a burning question. What's behind the name?
Oh, okay. I remember getting asked this before on this was when you guys were helping to raise money for my new PC, and I think I answered it on that stream. But for those who missed out on that stream, I picked the name Axis because it's sort of like a point on a globe, like 2 points intersecting, like an X and a Y axis. That's right. Because one thing not everyone may know about me, even though I'm a musician or a music producer, one passion I have more than music is video games. Like, I've always wanted to develop video games. I love games. I still play games quite a bit, even for being an old man. But I wanted to pick a name that sort of was a mix of my love for video games and my love for music, specifically electronic music, and that's kind of why I went with DJ Axis.
It's very interesting. I did know part of that because I remember the joke was there's also a DJ Allies out there somewhere.
We don't talk about him. He's like the evil me. He's like Bizarro me. Like, even though he's Allies, like, he's incredibly racist. He's a terrible person. We don't talk about DJ Allies, okay? We don't use that name in this house.
You guys are gonna kick off
I want to see
war.
like it.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see Ash versus Gary like Pokemon showdown between DJ Axis and DJ Allies. Like, it needs to happen.
If Screw Attack were still, if old school Screw Attack were still a thing, there'd probably be a death battle of that, I'm sure.
Hey, you know what? And we're gonna talk about that because you have not talked too much about this. But first, before we do that, you brought something up, because my second question was going to be about the famous Retro Remix show, which we will talk about today for sure. But you said that you started your music career earlier than that, so I actually want to hear about that first. I want to hear about what your first beginnings were with music, and then we'll lead into how you ended up at Retro Remix. So if you want to start with what your beginnings were, what kind of your first project was or inspiration was to start, and then we'll lead into that afterwards.
Okay, sounds good to me. So I got my start in music in the mid-90s or so. I think it was around maybe 1993 or 94. I was about 14 at the time. And I got a hold of this program for DOS called Mod Edit. Now, for those who don't know, mod files they're originally Amiga sound files, but you could still play them in under MS-DOS if you had like an audio program that loaded them. So we can get into what like that is later, because this is dealing with like trackers and stuff, and I eventually want to talk about that too. But the short answer is, like, I started with a humble DOS-based program called Mod Edit. It allowed you to make 4-channel mod files, and you could load in your own audio samples. They had to be very limited back then, so they were kind of like crackly and there was like artifacting and stuff, but that was sort of, it was the style of the time, okay?
I imagine that being the charm to some degree, right? I mean, I love
It
Sega
did.
Genesis. You know me. I love the chip tunes and like the
Yeah, it
the
did.
off
And
sounds, so.
in fact, I always have a soft spot for PC game music of that era. Like if you like talked about a game in question, I could tell you if the music was if it was a MIDI soundtrack or if the soundtrack was done with a tracker program.
That's awesome. Yeah, and there
That's
is
really
something
cool.
just special about how games sounded in that era, like that
It really was,
that
yeah.
early 90s like DOS sound. And I've said it to
Mhm.
Kay cuz she was a console gamer, but kind of similar to how the Sega Genesis has its own unique sound that people either love or hate. DOS
Mhm.
and early PC gaming had that as well, and there's just a certain like you don't even have to play the game, but if you played that era, you will hear that music and be like, "Oh, I know when that came out."
Yeah, exactly. And that was sort of like before music and games, especially on PC, got to the point where we got to use stuff like Redbook Audio. So your choices were either MIDI, which was really hit or miss. Like if you had a good sound card, like a Gravis Ultrasound, or I know Roland had one. There was so many sound card offerings back then, and each one had a different soundboard. So it would make MIDI files sound drastically different depending on which card you had. Or you had your choice of like tracker music, which would always sound the same as long as your sound card could play digital audio. And that was sort of the benefit to using like tracker audio, was it would always sound the same no matter which computer you were on, provided your sound card could actually play digital audio.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
I feel like it's so technical. There's some music nerds out there that are like, "Oh my god!"
Is this going
like,
over your head,
going
Kay? You're
crazy
just
over it.
like, yes, absolutely.
Meanwhile, me, I'm like, "Yes, you make tunes. Yes, very good."
I wish
Yeah,
I had
so
some
good.
like I wish I had some slides to show you like old tracker programs, or even the one I'm using right now, because I made the joke that if I showed you FL Studio, you'd be like, what in the fuck do all of these buttons and dials do?
Well, I've even looked at simple things like GarageBand and been like, "What is happening on this?" Because there's like that's so simple in comparison, so I can't even imagine.
It all boils down to like giving you as much control over possible over your sound and your samples and your instruments. That wasn't really that much of a thing back in the day. Like when you would record your samples, you were kind of like, what you got was what you got. So it was either that or MIDI, and that was really your only choices. But nowadays you could do just about anything with your DAW of choice, and if you have certain plugins for it. And I mean, the sky is really the limit, and it's the reason why this ties into me is because this has allowed me to create music where I probably wouldn't have been able to back in the day. It was just expensive. You needed a powerful PC for some of this stuff, or you needed really expensive, plugins to even do this kind of thing. So just I'm definitely happy that I have the chance to make music when I did, because I probably wouldn't have if I were born like 10 years earlier. Like, unless I had access to like a studio, I probably would never have taken up music.
And that's something that's super interesting about your music, is it's so freaking good, and it always gets me pumped anytime I'm listening to it pre-stream. I'm just like, oh, now I'm in the perfect video game mood. But it's amazing that you were born at this time when you were able to make this music, because 20, even 15 years earlier, you would have not been making this music, right? It's very much a new, groundbreaking style music. I'd say maybe the 80s would be even the just complete start of it. That's a caveman era. Do you think you would still be making music if you were born, like, let's say you were in your prime in like the 1930s, 1920s? Would you? Is there a traditional instrument that you play or are passionate about, or is this music for you and that is 100% it?
I've tried learning instruments and I just can't do it. I've tried playing guitar, I can't do it. I've tried learning piano and that didn't work out. So it's computer or nothing, baby.
Wow.
And tracking software didn't even become a thing in the home market until the late 1980s. So I think the first one was on Mac in like 1988. So this is really...
Oh, we lost you. No! Oh, wait. What? Oh, God, I disconnected. Rip me?
No.
Rip
There we
rip
go.
me? Rip me? What's going on with? I can't do podcasts. Apparently, I can play games.
Oh my
I can play games for like 10 hours, but me doing a podcast. So sorry.
I want to make it clear. The most hilarious part is that he's on a wired connection on like a really good PC, and I'm on a MacBook on Wi-Fi, so far away from everything, and for some reason mine works totally fine.
It's just so weird because like we've done a couple streams since the podcast hiccups, so there's something inside me that's just like, don't do podcast stuff, only play video games, which you think would be way more complicated. So I'm sorry about that, folks. I think the last thing I was hearing DJ say, because we're back, is that it was really in the late 1980s, only available on the Mac, and that was like the first scratch of it, and so it was computer or nothing.
Yep. It's the like digital audio, like specifically electronic music, specifically digital music, I should say, is really only about 40 years old, if even that.
Yeah.
So it's still new in terms of technology, or at least semi-new.
So in some ways, you're kind of a pioneer of the art, in my opinion. 'Cause you were there close to the beginning.
Kinda, yeah. Like there were still people doing it before me, but yeah, I was still in there pretty early. I never got popular doing it though. There are people who just blew up in the industry. There were people doing music in the demo scene, but that's another topic for another day. But it kind of ties in with music of the era. So
You can
I
talk
don't know
about it if you're comfortable, but I don't know if you
Oh,
feel like
okay.
it's a whole other...
Yeah, man, you can talk about anything.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
this
so
is all
the-
about you.
So the demo scene, this was something that was really like popularized in early computing, specifically like the MS-DOS days. There were these groups like programmers, graphic artists, sound designers, musicians, what have you, basically nerds in a nerdy space, creating these like they would call them demos, and I don't know if either of you have experienced them. James, you might have in the early 90s. They weren't like games, but they usually had like really crazy graphics. Like they'll have like some of them had like really early experimental 3D scenes. They usually had really good music, and it was I'm not sure what the point of it was, other than to just like show what people can do with the technology. And this kind of stuff is so important. There's actually countries that have what did they consider it? There's European countries that have considered the demo scene to basically be like historical. So they've gone to great lengths to preserve demos created in the early 1990s in places like Germany, the Netherlands, Holland, Denmark, especially Finland, Sweden. This kind of thing was really, really popular over in Europe, especially. But it kind of had some roots in the U.S. as well, and other places. It was mainly super popular in Europe, though.
I've never heard of this. This is very interesting.
It sounds
when you
vaguely
said like
familiar to me, but yeah.
when you said like 3D stuff, I was like Winamp or like Windows Media Player, where there'd be like all the crazy colors, and then people would make music to it and it'd move around. That's
Well,
what
what they
my
would-
brain went to.
What they would do is they usually had like a selection of musics, and then they would kind of go through just different graphics routines. Like sometimes they'd have like really primitive looking like 3D type things, or they would have like sprite art or something. And the demo was usually like about 10 minutes long or so. There was nothing playable about it, but some of them look like video games. I'll have to find some, and I'll send you some links, because they're still available on YouTube, and some of them are just amazing for the time they came out.
That's super interesting, yeah. And so this was kind of happening, coinciding with when you were starting your music, and you said that you didn't enter that market. Was there a reason why? Was there something else you were concentrating on?
Partly I was just too young, and I also just did not have the talent to join into something like this. I was in my early teens, and I had no experience with music whatsoever. And the other problem was, even when I got my start, like I said earlier, with stuff like mods, you're really kind of at the mercy of what you had sample-wise. So to make samples, you would need things like a really expensive like MIDI keyboard or something like that, or you would need some way of converting like the audio from a real piano or a guitar over digitally and record it digitally. I didn't have anything like that, and there was no way my dad was going to buy something like that for me. That would be way too expensive. So I would just try to find samples from other people's works, and I would use those to make something. it was kind of like a remix. It was kind of like, just me dipping my toe into remixing, but I wasn't like remixing other people's musics. I was just trying to make my own stuff at first.
Yeah, just taking like little sound bites and kind of creating your own path out of it. That's that makes sense. And was it like video game inspired at all at that point, or was it just like random sounds?
Everything I did musically was inspired by video games. When I was a little kid, I wanted nothing more than to be a game designer, and I wish I still had it. Every year, I would write a letter to Nintendo of America, and my dad would mail it off. And there was one year, I think it was 1992, where I got this essay back from them. It was the coolest thing as a kid. I even sent them like a comic or something like that, and they were like, P.S. we're keeping your comic because some boys at the office found it amusing. And I'm just like,
oh my god.
I was blown away that Nintendo responded to me. Like, I was just like, okay, I'm making games. That's all there is to it. So everything I did musically, it had inspiration from video game music. It was later on there were songs that I made that were the intent for them was to be used in video games. So there's always been that connection there, and that kind of ties in with my namesake, with the whole DJ Axis thing. Music and video games. It's what I wanted to do.
Yeah. I saw James hysterically laughing.
Because someone named Extra Hate for Starfield just sent in a tip. Thank you, Extra Hate for Starfield. And he said, DJ Allies is just bitch from Review Shrek with a wholesale tub of mayonnaise playing Hide the Cucumber in front of Casio keyboard.
He really is.
Thank you for that, Extra. Thank you.
Thank you, Extra Starfield. That's great. What was the comic book that you made for Nintendo? Do you remember any of it?
It was just a I don't want to say because it's going to trigger you.
Oh.
It was.
Oh my
god!
It
was very anti-Sonic. We'll say that.
I'm now imagining the most vulgar, fucked up Sonic, like Mario just repeatedly stabbing Sonic to death, and like Nintendo's like, we found this amusing.
No, it wasn't anything like graphic, but it was very anti-Sega. So I was just amazed that they kept it. And it's funny because a few years later, I ended up like getting a Genesis and going, man, this is pretty cool.
Exactly. Thank you. See?
Yeah.
Genesis is cool. Genesis won the war. I don't care.
Did you mail Nintendo that and say, I take it back? Sega's actually pretty badass.
I should have.
Man, I think it's so insane that they actually held on to it too. It means that they actually looked through that. And I know maybe not a lot of people know, but you do art as well, and it's really nice looking art. So I imagine it looked really good at the time too.
It was hand drawn at the time, and it was still pretty primitive. Like this was before I picked up on digital art. But since you mentioned it, around the same time that I got modded it, I got my first graphic art program that was also an MS-DOS program called MVP Paint, and I used that thing for years. So as you probably already know, I'm left-handed for handwriting, but I use a mouse to draw. No tablet, nothing like that, and it's right-handed. So just like with Extra Zero, I'm ambidextrous. So when I draw digitally, I use a mouse, or when I'm making music or stuff like that. But when I'm handwriting or drawing on paper or something like that, I'm left-handed.
Well, I have to ask the question now because this was around the era of Mario Paint. So this will be for chat and for us. Like, Mario Paint, were you doing drawings in that as well? Did you get to experience that?
I tried to, but real talk, the NES mouse was kind of rough compared to what you could get on PC. I could probably do it now because you could just use like an emulator and then just use whatever mouse you wanted. But I did try. I don't think anything turned out really good because you're kind of limited on like pixel real estate. I think you could only do 320 by 240, and you only had so many colors to work with. But I mean, I've seen some amazing drawings in Mario Paint, so maybe I'm just being a scrub about it.
I could barely draw a stickman in Mario Paint, if that. So you're totally fine, I'm sure.
Oh, I couldn't do it either. I agree with you on the mouse. It was like a nightmare.
Yeah, they gave you that like plastic mouse pad with like it had like kind of like a grid pattern to it where it was like slightly raised up. It was really weird.
Yeah. Okay, so you were doing some projects kind of in your early days as a teenager. And then how does Screw Attack come into the picture around 2007? Was there anything in between that, or did you hop just straight into Screw Attack community?
There was my attempt at becoming a professional musician in like around 2000, 2001 or so. So after Mod Edit, I was using that for a few years and not really doing much with it until I think my brother got me a copy of this program called Impulse Tracker 2. And this tracker was the real fucking deal. You could have, I think it was like 32 audio channels, and they were simultaneous too. It had built-in effects, so there was like reverb, what was there? Reverb, vibrato, retrigger. There was volume fading. You could do all sorts of things that were just built into the tracker by default. You could load in your own samples. And the thing about tracker programs that's different than something like a MIDI sequencer is trackers, all of your audio was loaded into the song. So like this is why I said like when you can always tell tracker music in games because it always had the same sound no matter what sound card you were using. And some of my music through Impulse Tracker was good enough to get the attention of some professional musicians. I was almost working with a singer at one point in like the early 2000s, and I didn't because fuck working with singers. They're incredibly stuck-up, narcissistic people. I'll never do that again.
Interesting that you rejected that, because I think a lot of people in your position would have just jumped on that. So I want to hear more about that.
I thought I needed it. That was the thing. Like, so one of my other big inspirations in the 2000s was a lot of Eurodance stuff, like Super Eurobeat, things like that. Mainly music you'd hear in DDR. James, my boy, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, Sandstorm Gang, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. But like that kind of music, I wanted to make that sort of like that. The Eurodance kind of things, and most of them had like vocalists, so I'm like, oh geez, I gotta find a singer or something like that for my music, and I'm never doing that again. Never. I will never do it again. Just, I only worked with a few of them. They always had a stick up their ass. They were always just insufferable. They always wanted things their way, their highway. They should have made their singer name Burger King because they wanted it their way.
Oh my god. That's
what I'm trying to say. It's bad. It's really bad. I'm not trying to say all singers are like this, but everyone that I worked with was. I never want to do it again. And the nail in the coffin for my professional career was I worked with a manager who was straight up a con artist. I didn't know this going into it, but he would take on new talent. He would take money from them and make like he would be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sign you up for the show or whatever, and he just wouldn't do anything. He would just pocket the money and then be like, oh yeah, they canceled at the last minute. Tough luck there, pal.
Oh god.
I never paid this guy in exchange for I would draw like graphics for him, like for his websites and stuff, or like for his other artist shows, and that was basically my payment for his managerial services. And when I questioned him once on what has he done for me, because I was like, oh, who was it? Was it Janet Jackson that made that song? I was like Janet Jackson, and I was like, what have you done for me lately? And he was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to let you go because of a managerial decision there. Tough luck, kid. Bye-bye. Wow. And I'm just like, woke. Yeah, just asking him once, like, what are you doing for me? And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm going underground. Whatever.
And at that point, he hadn't given you any gigs at all, by the sounds of it.
No gigs. He made some promises. Like, I think he said something like, I might have a sponsorship from Pepsi, and I'm like, I love Pepsi. That'd be great. No, nothing. None of that happened. So it just is what it is. Fuck the music industry. If you ever, all you kids out there, all you young people, you want to be a musician, just do it yourself. Okay. Don't listen to a manager. Don't try to get signed to like a label. It's a scam. Just do it yourself. You'll make more money. You'll have more freedom. It might be a steeper climb, but you can do it if you have the talent.
Except if I'm the manager. Look, I'm sponsored by Pepsi right now, drinking Pepsi. I'll sign you, youngins. I'll sign them. I'm just kidding.
Well, and you bring up an interesting point with that, not to jump too much to the modern time, but when you were dealing with this, there weren't as many tools available to do that kind of stuff and establish yourself. Like nowadays, people can just hop on YouTube or on SoundCloud or whatever, kind of, I think there's a Bandcamp and stuff too, and they can just start their career that way. They don't have to rely on anyone. And it kind of reminds me of MCNs. That's kind of the modern issue, right? Where like you have these people that will take YouTubers under their wing and they're like, oh, you're getting 1 million people watching you. Well, we'll take care of your sponsorships and we'll get you a little extra cash and we'll take a bit off the top and then don't worry about it. And there's been quite a few people raising that issue as well over the past few years of, oh, this person screwed me over. I lost so much in profits because I decided to have a middleman instead of just doing this on my own. So it is really good advice that you're giving.
Yeah, and as you've seen with the music industry, they were kind of well behind the times in terms of like everything switching over to the digital age in the 2000s, as you saw with sites like Napster, LimeWire, Kazaa, and Metallica throwing their hissy fit over copyrighted music and things like that. And
do you guys want to elaborate on that too, by the way, before we move on from that topic? Like, do you want to explain what the Napster issue was and what Metallica did? I know James has a lot to say on it too, but either of you. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm curious more DJ's perspective of it because I'm a lifelong Metallica fan, for better or for worse. It's more like an abused fan. And so I remember being a kid loving Metallica, and I'd have all these old heads coming to me and hating on them, and I'd be like, no, they did nothing wrong. And then I learn, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'm the baddie? Maybe I'm the asshole, actually. Maybe they did do something wrong. But yeah, it was a total freaking mess. And it was pretty much, they were like the first major band, and they were huge. They've been huge since the early 90s, like stupidly huge. They were big in the 80s. They were like the biggest metal band in the 80s, but then in the 90s they became the biggest band in the world, and they effectively have been in the top 10 bands ever since. And so they were the first band to really go after digital piracy and digital sharing, and so they went after Napster and pretty much single-handedly took them down. The Metallica argument for it was like, well, we had, if I can do my Lars impression, I need some gum, but it's like, so yeah, we had a lot of young bands coming to us and saying we were doing the right thing, and so it was actually us getting crucified for all these younger bands, and so I think it was a really good thing to do, yeah. But so that was one side of the argument, and then the main metalhead backlash to that was the way Metallica got big was actually doing covers. They mainly covered a band called Diamond Head and Am I Evil, and their cover of that song is more popular than Diamond Head's original version of that song. So they would just, when they would open for like these shitty bars, they would hand out like their little mixtapes, and it didn't even have any of the original music on it. And so they got kind of big by music sharing. And so the main detractor argument is like, this is sharing music, and now you're going after that when that's how you got big. You pretty much got to the top of the ladder and kicked it down. In a new digital form, and yeah, so that's kind of the double-edged sword of it, but I'm very curious what DJ has to say about that whole scenario. I
mean, I really couldn't have summed it up better myself, but like, I was gonna pull the Chris Chan card, and Metallica was basically like Chris Chan's dad. Like, they just busted in like Bob Chandler, like they were gonna cut down the internet because people were sharing their music.
Who is Chris Chan? I just imagine Lars Ulrich is Chris Chan now. No, you can't do that. No.
Yeah, so it was such a stupid thing. Like, I have always been a proponent for, if you're a musician, you should encourage your fans to share your music, because it's just getting your name out there. It gets you brand recognition. You're only hurting yourself by like, wagging your finger at your fans and demanding that they can only buy your music, and that's it, and that's the only way of listening with it. Like, that's not the way to do it.
Mm-hmm. We Extra Zero says a primo DJ meme in the Discord, so I'm gonna bring that up while you guys keep chatting about everything. We got to see what this is, right?
Do you think that was the first nail in the coffin for digital music? I mean, we see now with the YouTube copyright system, which we'll talk more about when Paul's on as well, but I mean, that's a nightmare in itself too. Do you think that was like the beginning of it with the whole Napster thing with Metallica, or did you see signs of that before?
I think the Napster thing was really the start of it. But I mean, the entire like music industry was evolving at the time, and music labels were really kind of dragging their feet and not embracing, like the digital marketplace, and they're really paying for it now. It just
See
works.
James like freaking out over this meme.
Huh?
Oh my god! DJ, I don't know if you can see that, but
I can.
Oof. Oof.
Uh-oh, everybody.
Um,
It's Asperchew.
So, with this manager that you had, after that moment, you were like, I'm not going to deal with any of the industry anymore? Was that kind of your end of that part of your career?
At least certain facets of the industry I never wanted to deal with, like big name labels and managers and singers and stuff like that. I just wanted, if I was going to do anything with the music business from then on, it was just going to be a solo career. And that's kind of what I'm doing now with stuff like YouTube and Rumble, since, you know, you can actually do that yourself now.
Exactly, yeah, you can cut everyone out of it. You can just get directly to the people, which is fantastic. And it's really cool to see a lot of people coming out of this, because there's so many people we would never see music from in the previous platforms, just because the music industry, at least from afar, like I'm not deeply into all the politics of it, but it seems very like particular, and it seems like they really guard everything. You have to kind of work your way up, almost like, you know, a high school hierarchy of being the cool kids club and all this stuff. And it seems like they take advantage of everyone. Honestly.
If you ever wanted a crash course on how bad the music industry is, there's a documentary I can recommend. It came out in the early 2000s, and it's probably still on YouTube. And it's called The Day the Music Died.
Oh, I've heard of it. I have not seen it, though.
Extremely informative, and it's still relevant today, because this was the beginning of the industry, just and specifically big name labels just tanking the business with dumb decisions, and how it's not even like, it's at the point now where you don't even need to sing because auto-tuning is a thing.
Yeah.
Like, you just need to look pretty, and that's basically it.
Yeah, exactly. Before we get into Retro Remix, because it sounds like that's kind of the next part of your journey. James, do you want to go through chat and see if there's any questions about anything we'd brought up previously?
People have been freaking loving this, DJ, and I've been reading chat with a smile on my face. So let's read what chat's been saying, because good lord, it's a lot. DJ also wants to, or Extra wants to say the Todd Howard Fire one is the one I made, and Asper2 is DJ's. DJ, did you do that?
Huh? What?
Is this your meme? The Asper2 meme?
That's not my...
What? Who posted that? Is Chris Chen in our server?
No.
What's going on?
Contrary to what Extra says, I'm not Alec Benson Leary. If anything, I'm Liquid Chris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if I get to be any, if I could be any Chris Chan troll, I would love to be Liquid Chris.
I want to be the Pickle Man. I want to be the
Pickle Man was good too.
Yeah. All right, let's read. Let's read chat. I will take off Asper2. Over on Rumble, we got Dude1286 saying, I would take Super Metroid and A Link to the Past over anything on the Genesis. I think you're trying to start Blood Sports with K there. I think that's what you're doing. Maybe we'll get that. Maybe we'll get some console wars going on in the future. And I remember we left off on Sports Talk, and Nerdy Neo commenting on that. Sports Ball, he sleeps. X0 says, Feet Ball, I'm the #1 super fan. And Nerdy Neo has a question for DJ. He says, does DJ work in music for his real job or just a hobby? DJ, why don't you dox your work and your address and your social insurance number for us, buddy?
Okay, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
The short answer is no, though. I do not have like a real job as like a sound engineer or anything like that. I could, given the experience that I have, but no, nothing like that.
Is that, like, for the future, anything you plan on doing in, like, kind of a salary-type scenario? Or is this always going to be, like you were saying, always go independent? Do you think you're ever going to dip your feet into the water of, like, doing, like, the full-blown getting a paycheck for this sort of thing?
I don't know. A lot of that is really kind of... It'd be really iffy. I mean, I know you both know this already, but I'm disabled, so getting around isn't exactly the easiest thing to do for me.
Yeah.
So if I did a job like that, it would have to be something I could do from home for sure. But I mean, I could do it. I wouldn't be opposed to it, especially if it paid well. But I don't know. We'd have to see what the future holds.
You hear that out there? Hire him remotely, you fuckers.
I was gonna say there's a lot of remote opportunities now, but I think sticking to your guns and going the independent route, it will pay off long term. It's just a much larger journey. But But definitely, there's a lot more remote stuff now, so who knows? Maybe DJ could be working somewhere with music.
Dude 1286 says, I still have my Mario Paint mousepad and controller. DJ, you might start streaming sometime. You should, because you're also a talented artist, you should do a Mario Paint mousepad stream and see if you can draw good in it, because we all sucked at it.
I could try. As I said, if you use an emulator with Mario Paint, it's a lot easier to draw what you want to draw. So I'd say there's a possibility in that. I could try it.
I'd watch it. Nerdy Neo says, would DJ Allies be the good guy? Well, of course, we're all the evil villains here. All of us are the bad guys, including you, Nerdy Neo. We're the Legion of Doom.
In my head, DJ Allies is the villain because I am the good guy.
Exactly.
But maybe I'm just the hero of my own story.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a hero to me. Paul says, I'll be there in an hour. DJ, the hour is all you. I am totally fine with DJ taking over this entire frickin' show. He does good stuff. And then I disconnected. I don't know why the fuck I disconnected. And then Nerdy Neo says, did DJ pull a James? No, James pulled a James. And Nerdy Neo commenting on Extra Zero and saying that wasn't distracting at all. I welcome all distractions. I love that our alerts are super distracting. It's funny to me. Extra Zero says, oh my god, DJ Axis is Alec Benson Leary. You made Asperchew. I knew it, DJ.
Oh. Yeah, so what he means there, for the people who aren't familiar with Chris Chan, is me sending my comic to Nintendo and them actually responding. I should have actually sent that to Chris Chan because he would have had a meltdown on the internet.
I want to see that happen.
Nerdy Neo has another question. Did DJ ever use a UDraw tablet?
No, I have not. The only stuff I've ever used for digital art was I obviously use a traditional mouse. I've tried using a tablet, like a Wacom tablet. And for some reason, my brain can't make the connection of drawing on like a piece of plastic and having the art appear on screen. But I can draw on a tablet PC. I've done that before, just briefly, because it basically simulates drawing on paper but on a screen. So that's what I can do.
Yeah, it's always been super crazy to me. I'm like a caveman looking at people draw. So when they draw on a computer, I just start screaming like a monkey and setting things on fire. I can't even comprehend it. Paul Hadouken says, screw managers, screw labels. Well, Paul, to that I say, screw everybody. It's a big old screw fest here.
Paul knows what's up.
Exactly. Nerdy Neo says, do it the Tom McDonald way. And then Paul, continuing to screw everybody in the chat, Paul says, screw Metallica. That reminds me of my favorite Metallica cover, which is a cover of the Memory Remains. Everyone can go check that out. It involves a lot of screwing. Paul Doken says, spot on impression. Oh, you mean my Lars Ulrich impression? I think I really need gum for it, though, Paul. I really need gum, okay? And also, fuck Dave Mustaine. He was never that talented. It's actually good. We kicked him out of the band, and I'm the best drummer ever. There's no way Joey could replace me. I was in the hospital. And Extra Zero says, primo DJ meme on the Discord, and we showed it. It's going to come up again. And Extra says, the name that God and the bear gave me. And we've got Medvec saying independent is the way to go. And Extra Zero comes in with a really good question. And I think
that question is what I'm getting to. So
okay, Extra Zero, you are invading our brains, and we're going to get to that. Are we going to get to that right now is the question.
Exactly, yes. So thank you for the chat break, James. Very good stuff. Yeah, DJ, I really want to get into Retro Remix. I think we should start from the basics of it, of maybe you explaining the Screw Attack community, how you entered that community, and then you can lead into Retro Remix, the creation of that, and we can keep going from there.
I just want to add one thing about James's Lars Ulrich impression.
No.
If you add in some bro, you'd sound just like Vince Russo, bro.
Oh my god, my Vince Russo impression. I can't. DJ, you're gonna kill me, but
that was what made me laugh over Dead by Daylight, was his Vince Russo impression.
I am definitely gonna do another Vince Russo DVD stream, and DJ is gonna hate me for it. DJ is gonna be the Jim Cornette to my Vince Russo when I do.
I already do hate you for it.
Oh, perfect.
but I forgive you because you guys are awesome.
Oh, well, thank you. We feel the same.
So let's start with how you discovered the Screw Attack community, or I guess what I don't actually have the full information on is, did Retro Remix become a thing before you entered the Screw Attack community, or did Screw Attack, the community, inspire you to create Retro Remix?
That's a really good question. Okay, so the way I found out about Screw Attack to begin with, I think it was my brother who introduced me to James Rolfe. Like, not introduced directly to, but he showed me his videos, and I can't remember if this was pre-YouTube. It might have been once they were already up on YouTube. Actually, no. At the time, they were being hosted on Screw Attack. So, like, he showed me one that was like somebody put up on some other site, and then he mentioned that there's more Angry Nintendo Nerd, because that was what his name was at the time.
Yep.
There's more of his stuff up on this site called Screw Attack, and I was like, oh, this looks cool. It's like a site for like gamers and nerds. Sweet. And I just kind of lurked on the site for 2006 into early 2007, and I kind of started enjoying some of the other content they had at the time, like what is it? Video Games Awesome, Game Jew. Who else was on there at the time? Everything Handsome Tom and Craig were doing, so like Video Game Vaults, Video Game Top 10s, Side Scrollers, and I know there was some more. Oh, Captain S, that was one of my favorite shows at the time.
I loved Captain S. Oh man.
Okay, that is the show for you. It's the good guy is like a Sega. He's like a Sega mascot.
It was Captain N,
perfect.
except it was a parody of Captain N, and he was Captain S, so it was all Sega stuff. My favorite video of his was when him and James Rolfe went to go find all the filming locations of Ghostbusters together. I think that was Captain S that did that, but yeah, no, those were the days. So.
But yeah, I know there's a few other shows. There weren't all that many back then, because this is still the early days of Screw Attack. But the fateful day was around Feb of 2007, and I was listening to Side Scrollers, and then Craig and Tom mentioned something about they wanted to start doing music-related content for the site, because they had a bunch of video shows already. You know, they had like skit comedy, and they had like informative, reviews and things like that, but they didn't have anything in the way of music. So Craig was like, to all the G1s out there, if you have a music idea, send me an email and we'll talk it over and we'll figure something out. And I was like, this is my time. I can't remember which wrestler whose song that was.
My time.
But this was my time.
China? Or Triple H?
Triple H or John Cena.
Yeah, I'll let you. I know you're a Triple H, Mark. So I was basically Triple H in that moment. It was my time, James.
And I am a big fan of you and Triple H. If Chris Benoit ever beats you, I am walking out of the theater as well. He better not.
He might beat me, but in in a different way. And
and there's something I want to show you, DJ, and this is something that... Oh, wait a minute. That was a sex joke. Good Lord! There is something that I want to show you, DJ, and this is something Kay somehow magically dug up, and I think it was really freaking cool. I don't think we told you about this beforehand. You might even know about this, but Kay was able to find on the Wayback Machine here a actual working screwattack.com clip in the Wayback Machine Internet Archive, and it is February 19th, 2006, and I can't do the math, but yeah, even older, February 19th, 2006, and if you scroll down, here you are, Retro Remix Rewind Sonic, and it says, with memories of Iron Man of Gaming still fresh in everyone's minds, this week's Remix Rewind episode of Sonic the Hedgehog is a perfectly timed follow-up. Just a quick reminder, there's only a few episodes of Retro Remix left this season, so next week there will be another Rewind show, while DJ Axis gets everything ready to end the season with a bang. And
was you can 2006 or 2007?
This was September 10th, 2007. The snapshot.
Okay, yeah,
that's exactly. What is that? That would be like 13, more than that. 16 years ago.
16 years, yeah.
Pretty much to the day, because today's the 11th. So
that sounds about right.
And you can actually play it if I click on your logo. We can hear it, and we're hearing it right now. 15
I can't
minutes
hear
long. No, everyone else can, though.
Oh, okay.
I'll put that on quietly in the background, but I thought that was so freaking cool that you can still access the website. Hey, there's your voice!
And that one should... I was going to say, that one should have the podcast portion, too, where every week I would either be on myself, or I would have a special guest on, and I had Stuttering Craig on an episode, I had Handsome Tom on an episode, and 2 episodes I had the site moderator, Kawaii Ninja Cat, I think was her name. We were good friends. So it was because of her that I found out a lot about the ins and outs of Screw Attack proper. But she wasn't the person who introduced me to Craig. That was the Side Scrollers episode where Craig was like, we need to have music content on here. We have video game content. We have essays. We have all this other stuff. We don't have anything for music. So if any G1s want to create a music-themed show or something, or a music podcast, send me an email. I sent the email. Craig and Tom had me on, I think like a week later or something like that. And I was a nervous wreck. Let me tell you right now. Maybe you can pick it up in my voice. Maybe I mask it really well, but I am an anxious motherfucker. Okay? I am a nervous wreck most of the time. I'm definitely out of my comfort zone when I'm talking to people, but being on Screw Attack, it got me used to talking to people on the internet. It kind of got me to come out of my shell, and for that, and for me creating probably the best music I had ever made in my life, I'm eternally thankful to Craig and Tom and everyone else who made that happen.
Yeah, man,
Yeah,
this is
absolutely.
so freaking cool, and yeah, I just love looking at this and looking at the old site, and it brings so many memories back. I'm really glad that we connected because, like, I was always going on Screw Attack and everything, but I was very lurky. I was in some of the, like, birthday images on Side Scrollers, and then I also went to SGC 1 year, and I think that was 2011, I want to say, but I don't think we ever crossed paths in the night. Our trains never met, sadly. At least from what I remember. Maybe I did. I don't even remember what my name was on here, to be honest, but it's so cool seeing you on here back in the day on the website that I remember looking at it. There's the Captain S we were talking about, AVGN, Video Game Vault. I don't even remember what Pwned was. I don't remember it, but I saw Unaware Steve as well on there. Like, so much stuff.
Unaware Steve. Yeah, and what was the other one? Art and Gaming was a show that started just after mine. It was like a week later or something like that. Oh man, just so many memories. I met some really nice people on the Screw Attack forum. I was only there for a year. There was just some bullshit, mainly stuff in my personal life.
Right.
And I wish I could go back and convince myself to stay on Screw Attack for another couple of years, because things in my own life would probably be very, very different if I had just stuck with it.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like, I know obviously it's always tough to look back and maybe you feel like you didn't utilize the situation completely or whatever it might be, but in my opinion, there's a huge resurgence right now, and I don't think you've lost your opportunity. I think it's just an opportunity that's coming later, and I think that with the way the internet is now, it would accelerate a little bit quicker in this time versus maybe the amount of years you would have put in with that.
So true.
I mean, I've already seen it, just getting involved with the Legion. By the way, thank you, Extra Zero, for making all that possible. Introducing
100%.
me to, like, the Fellowship and being on various Legion shows. I was on Star Trek Engage just the other day. That was really fun. Been on Get Ranked. I'm going to be on there again later on with Paul. So, yeah, I definitely see what you're saying there, Kay. You're speaking some facts about it. It's accelerated now. Just things being much more readily available. You can get your own content out there and market yourself and kind of skip the middleman. Back, like, this wasn't a thing back in the day. You had to have someone speak for you, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I tried to look and see if I could find any other pages with your content on there, but that was the main one that I found. So by 2007, were you kind of stopping with the retro remix stuff altogether?
Yeah, by I want to say by winter 2007, I was pretty much done. Like, I think I even left Screw Attack, or at least I just stopped posting there. And by that point, I had met my now future, or at that point, I met my later to be wife. I'm trying to think of how to word that, but I can't.
I get
think of it.
your
know what I
future,
mean?
your future lady
Your
friend.
quick waifu.
Yeah, I met.
I'm a
I met
fan of
future,
your wife because she likes.
I met future Mrs. Cheesebridge.
Yes,
Exactly.
That's it.
So like that happened, and that was really what I poured my devotion into after music. And sadly, that's kind of where things left for about 13 years or so after Screw Attack.
You're like Twin Peaks. You
Yeah.
came back
It
25
basically-
years
yeah.
later, baby.
Yeah.
There was a point in about 2010 where I had made some new retro remix, so stuff like the Mega Man 5 Charge Man, there's a Magic of Scheherazade, Gremlins 2. You can find them in my playlist, but they're sort of in this weird like purgatory between Screw Attack and between YouTube,
Right.
where like I just put them up on I think SoundClick and a few other places like that where you could host music, and they still had the retro remix name. It just had nothing to do with Screw Attack.
Mm-hmm.
And then 13 years after that, well, that's where we're at in the current
I'm
year.
back.
hmm
I want to go through what chat's saying because I think they have some interesting comments and questions about that, James, if you want to read through, and then we'll continue talking about Retro Remix
Yeah,
in its new form
absolutely.
and stuff like that.
Absolutely. So yeah, the question that kicked off was, I think we answered it, but Extra Zero was curious how you got on Craig's radar. We did answer that, and we had CD Arcade come in and say, "Hey everyone, listening in, can't chat, and add a red light." That you just you have a cheeseburger in one hand and you have your phone in the other, and you kind of just steer with your elbows.
Guys, we give the advice, do not James and drive.
Do not James and drive. That should be a shirt. Anyone? I will wear it.
It
I will
will
wear
be,
it
don't
while
worry.
driving.
I will make it, don't worry.
Exo0 says, DJ, among your whole catalog, what song/remix are you most proud of? Also, are you still in touch with Tom, or did he fall off your radar after everything with Craig?
I sadly don't have any contact with Tom Hanley, and I think Craig might, but I don't really know much about that. I was almost not even around for the big Craig versus Tom split up
I remember that.
when that
yeah.
happened. I do know stuff about it. So like I was privy to some things behind the scenes. So like I think Craig has already come public about all of this now, but like I was hearing about it through Kawaii Ninja Cat. As I said, she was the site moderator for Screw Attack.
Right.
And I was hearing about all this stuff as it was going on. But I was already sort of 1 foot out the door at that point anyway. Like I wasn't even making any retro remix at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But the short answer is no, I don't have any contact with Tom. I kind of wish I did, because of the two, I don't want to say like Craig didn't like my stuff, because he absolutely did, and he still does. But I found out it was Tom who, as soon as he heard my music, was like, he's on Screw Attack. We're getting him right now.
That's awesome.
And when Tom left Screw Attack, he made another similar site called the Game Heroes.
Yes.
And when I went over there in 2008 or 2009, I was there very briefly, and I had a kind of bad reaction with some of the people on there. Otherwise, I would have stayed. But I saw Tom himself responded to my post, and he was like, "Message me as soon as possible. It's very important," or something like that. And
wow.
So I think Tom really wanted to continue the whole retro remix thing on the Game Heroes. It just didn't materialize. Like there were some other problems. I don't really want to get into that specifically, because I
Yeah.
don't
of
want
course.
to. Yeah, there's some people involved. I don't want to give them the attention, if that
No,
makes sense.
yeah, we don't want to
Yeah.
like have you say anything you're not comfortable with. But yeah,
I
I
get
do. I was around for the whole Craig Tom fallout because I can't remember last Tuesday, but I was a big fan of Screw Attack back in the day, so it's all blurry. But yeah, I remember it being a really sad fallout and people taking sides, and people still take sides. People still debate about it, which is crazy. I know Craig has talked about it, but he's had lunch with Tom since, and like buried the hatchet and all that stuff, and moved on because they all have their own lives. And I think he's hinted that maybe one day he will do an interview or something. It's entirely possible. It's more possible than other potential interviews. So I would love if they do get talking again, and if it is kind of a live stream interview, I would love you to be in the chat and just be like, "Remember me? You liked my music back in the days."
It was me, Barry.
It was me, Tom. It was me, handsome Tom. So yeah, that's what I want from you, DJ.
It's possible. By the way, I didn't answer half of what Extra
It was
Zero
a
said.
two-parter, yeah.
A song remix that I'm the most proud of. That's a really tough one. It's sort of like when it comes to creative stuff like your music, every one of your songs is like your kids. You don't want to pick a favorite. But I would say one of the ones that seemed to bring the most people together is my Journey to Silius Megamix. It's my most viewed on YouTube. It was the most popular on Screw Attack. I remember when I came out with that one, just the G1 response was just through the roof. People absolutely loved it. And this, as I said, I was hitting my stride in Screw Attack. This was like some of the best music I'd ever made. And consider this, I had about 2 weeks to make each mega mix. It was, you want to talk about some crunch. The crunch was real.
Anonymous tipped $6.90.
I had no idea that you had that short of time.
Yeah, it was about 2 weeks. The later episodes, I was taking more and more time between because I was really getting burnt out. But I wanted to end the season with a bang, so like Journey to Silius and my favorite Castlevania 3, which was my last episode on Screw Attack, I wanted to make it really, really special, and that's why that last one is like 11 minutes of music or so.
Mm-hmm. I do want to point out that the people love you, man, and the people want more music from you, so I hope you have no signs of stopping in the future. We just got a tip from Anonymous, thank you Anonymous, who says to 2023 DJ Axis and more tunes, and sent me a cheers. Cheers to you, good sir. Whoever you are, Anonymous, maybe it's DJ Allies out there. Maybe he actually secretly loves your music, but yeah, we need to hear more DJ.
Secret rivalry.
And I think you're going to just keep making banger after banger after banger, my friend.
I hope so. I've been hitting some difficulties in my personal life.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm hoping. Yeah, it's just life. Just is what it is.
Yeah, man. No,
life will always hit you, but you know what? Your music has stood the test of time because you look at Retro Remix version 1, and are you calling them version 1 or season 1? Because I kind of view it as version 1, version 2.
You could say either one, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, some of those songs, like, people still rant and rave about. You know, I'll be watching side scrollers sometimes or even other random channels, and your music does come up, so it's not like it's completely lost out there. People really, really love that music. So I would say even if you're going through tough times, like, keep at it when you can because people love it and it stands the test of time.
I have friends that watch my streams and are like, I hate you, but I love DJ Axis and I love listening to the music. And like, there's people now that have watched my streams that know me and they don't watch my streams anymore, but they listen to you. And they listen to your music like regularly now, and they have them in their rotation and everything, and they have them in their music playlist. CD Arcade came in and said, my kid loves your Mario and Sonic mashup. So yeah, you definitely have talent, man. And you have the skill to back it up. So I mean, everyone's going through hard times, and I'm really sorry you're going through hard times as well. But I really hope we just keep hearing more from you because the people want it. The people want it, and I have not heard a single bad thing ever. I hear bad things about me every single day, but about you, never. Nothing. And Exo Zero also says, when you were talking about being on Legion of Memers and all the upcoming shows, he says, you're welcome, DJ. It's been a pleasure having you, man. And yeah, it is a pleasure to have DJ around. He's freaking awesome. And Extra says, James and Kay have been doing a great job building a community too. Well, thank you, buddy. And we are so happy to be a part. We love having you part of this community. And your memes are like, I don't know how you do it. Like I said, I think you're like General Grievous and you actually have secret arms that disattach. Maybe you take the arms of dead memers and attach them to your belt, just like General Grievous takes the dead Jedi lightsabers, right? Go with me here. You know, because Grievous's Jedi, his lightsaber collection is all lightsabers from Jedi he killed. So maybe Extra is so talented because he takes, like, he severs the arms. Look, I'm in a Halloween mood lately. Anyway,
I just love that, like, I said to DJ before all this, like, you don't have to use this, like, as an end-all, be-all conversation to send people, but I do want it to be a place where you can say everything you want to, and you can send people to learn more about you if you want. And I just love that they're gonna get these little nuggets in between and be like, what the actual fuck
that
just
was
happened?
Lovely, but what was that about severing people's arms off?
Yeah, exactly.
Extra Zero also says, it's been great because what's happening today gives me vibes of the better days of the internet when people are actually coming together and unifying over things. It is true. It is true. It's kind of like the internet.
Agreed 100%.
Yeah, it feels like the internet kind of died there for a while, and now it's like we're almost in the rebirth era of like, okay, let's work with what we got and let's all come together and frickin' hang out and talk and have a good time. And Paul also says, I only James and drive. Perfect, Paul. James and drive away. Have that burger in one hand, cigarette in another, and a whiskey, because it is Whiskey Monday, everybody. It's Whiskey Monday, and reminder, tomorrow is Whiskey Tuesday. And oh, like I said, CD Arcade said he loves your music. That is chat.
I want to push on Extra Zero's point. I agree. I think that there has been this like almost Phoenix rising from the ashes type scenario with the internet again. We're all trying to bring it back. And it's interesting because now there's a whole new generation of people that were born in like the 2000s that are now using the internet as well. And I feel like a lot of us are in this position where we're teaching people about things that they missed out on. And so I just love that there's this time capsule with DJ Axis specifically where you can look at all of this music and travel through, and people can experience the same nostalgia we got. Like, even for me, I didn't grow up on Screw Attack. I was more of a G4 person personally. I dabbled here and there, but definitely like a lot of the Screw Attack things, you know, I'd hear from James or some other friends that like that, and I was more G4. But coming to your music and hearing it, it's been amazing because I've understood what people were kind of experiencing during that time. Of course, I watch AVGN and stuff too, but I think your music is also a capsule into that and what people enjoyed at that time. So I'm very grateful for the stuff that you do. I'm already grateful that you let us use that content for our streams.
100%.
But just on the layer of like preserving internet history and video games and the passion behind all of it. As everyone knows, I scream constantly about how the industry is becoming a labor of extortion and not a labor of love. But DJ Axis, you have a labor of love with your music, and so I'm really, really happy that you've returned to it.
Thank you.
Just as a personal side note. My little fangirl moment, there you go.
And like, look at this. If I just like look up your name here, here's somebody that's just discovering your music, posting on Reddit and be like, who the fuck is this guy? Because he's so talented. Anyone know the artist? And people are like connecting it to you. So your music has actually like preceded you. Your reputation has preceded you to the point where people are loving your stuff and they're sharing it and they're trying to hunt you down. They're trying to track you down to shake you down to make more freaking beautiful music.
Nice. That's just mildly terrifying, but but I'm glad. I'm glad people like my stuff, and that it's a time capsule of the better days of the internet. Because I do really miss the whole Screw Attack thing of bringing people together under like the banner of like nerds and gamers and game culture and stuff. Back when it was kind of the last vestiges of when it was still like not quite mainstream, but it was just sort of starting into that. You know, that whole era of gaming becoming mainstream culture.
Yeah, and you can see how it's transforming as it becomes more mainstream. I mean, James and I were talking about it yesterday on stream. It's like, look at these nerds making video games. This is fantastic. We love this, and it's a different story now. But I'm curious to hear a bit more about your resurgence with Retro Remix. What inspired you to bring back the project and stuff like that?
That's probably the best question of the night. I was kind of saving this ammunition for whenever I get on to talk with Craig personally, because he has a big hand in this.
Oh,
but you know what? Craig had his chance. I'm gonna blow my load early.
Hey, I don't mind.
I won't judge you if you're like,
DJ,
hey, I want to.
You are welcome to blow your load early all over me, but if you want to pinch it and hold it for a future section, you can.
You want to edge for a little bit there?
If you want to, you can edge here a little bit and then blow it later. It's totally up to you. But I haven't blow ready. I am blow ready.
I haven't been practicing my tantric sex, unfortunately, so I'm gonna blow.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Blow away.
But okay. So what brought me back to Retro Remix and back to all of you and stuff? You can thank Dark Side Phil.
Oh my god!
You can
thank him, chat.
You can thank DSP for all the right reasons or all the wrong reasons. And what brought me back was specifically the DSP interview that the side scrollers had with him a couple of months ago. So one of the things that I did to occupy my time while I was not making music was, oh, that's a lovely picture, by the way. One of the things I would do is I was basically a Phil detractor lurker. So I would lurk in detractor chats, and just it was a guilty pleasure seeing how Phil would, milk his money, or milk his fans for money, or milk himself on the Neo 1 Alpha pre-stream in front of thousands of children.
Thousands of children?
Thousands of children. Okay. I should have said all of this in the DSP voice. That would have made things come full circle.
Can you do a DSP impression?
Hello, everyone.
Oh my god.
All right.
Oh my god. There it is.
So, what do I mean by that? Me coming back from the internet. What I mean is, all right. Hang on a second. Gotta ban this fucking idiot in the chat. Fucking loser. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Enough of that. I don't want to give Phil any more attention than what he's about to get. So, the side scrollers, you already know about the interview that will live in just gloriousness in the halls of detractors. There was something Craig said. I think it was Craig or Adam. They said in that interview that it just burned a hole right through me. And oh no, it was Craig specifically, and this is why it had such an impact. Craig was saying something, I forgot what he was saying, like the context of this, but he was talking about, Phil, you should, I think he was talking about Phil's friends, Rambo and Howard, like how Phil had these friends in Connecticut that he burned that bridge when he moved away, and he like talked a bunch of shit about him, and if you're in the Phil, if you're in the Detractorverse, you know all this stuff already. So Craig said something like, you should get in touch with these people, Phil, because you never know when someone is just waiting to hear from you. And, it might be like the best thing they ever heard from you. Like, you may not have talked to this person in years and years. And it just got me. It just, as I said, it burned a hole right through me, and I'm like, I need to come back to this community like Craig has come back. And it was maybe less than a month after that, and I forgot what Craig was doing. He was just having a stream. It was one of his like nighttime streams where he just addresses the G2 specifically. And I was already a nervous wreck because, as I said, I'm anxious as a motherfucker when I talk to people. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna like just say hi to Craig in chat, and maybe he'll just ignore me or something. I don't even know if he'll remember because it's been like 16 years. So I was like, I just like tagged him in chat, and I was like, hey Craig, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Craig's response just was amazing. He like, you could kind of see it when he noticed me in chat, and he was like, and you get people in here like this guy, DJ Axis. He had a show on Screw Attack called Retro Remix. His first episode is my favorite. It was called Shadowgate. Is Shadow great? And let me tell you, it is great. And I think he even like started playing it at the time, and I'm just like, it was a Senpai noticed me kind of thing for me at the time. So I was like,
awesome.
There was no regrets anymore. There was no regrets coming back. And I'm like, I want to make music again. I really miss this. Even if music isn't my biggest passion, it's what people remember me for. It's like, there are people, even before I came back, there were still people leaving comments on my old remixes on my YouTube channel. So like after that, that's when I'm like, okay, I'm gonna come up with a new branding. I'm gonna come up with a new logo. I'm gonna start posting all of my old music, because at the time I'm like, I want to get my DAW back. I wanted to get FL Studio back, and confession time. Those old songs I did with FL Studio, those might have been on an illegal copy, maybe.
You don't have to be
This-
honest here, DJ. What are you doing?
this might have been on an illegitimate copy, maybe, but I made good on it though. When I finally came back for good and I got enough money to do it, I bought a copy of FL Studios, so it's good. Me and Imageline, we patched up. Okay, we had makeup sex. We're good to go.
Oh, okay. It was total load blowing that night.
There was. It was built up for a while too.
Oh,
so
good lord.
you know.
It was no DJ November was going on before.
It was.
DJ November.
I think 13 years of there was 13 years of no DJ November or something like that.
God.
So,
Oh my god.
you remember that scene from Scary Movie?
Yes! Yes! It's my favorite
was-
scene in the whole
Yeah,
series.
I
I'm
won't.
assuming we can't show it, right?
No,
maybe.
you can't.
Let me see. I'm just gonna type in the quote. Scary movie. I'm gonna something.
I'm
And-
gonna something.
Yeah. Well, I can show you. No, I can't show you that. Can I show you that? No, I can't. I don't think I can. It was
Okay.
a better time for film. But yeah. I think, Anna Faris in that era, we all would have been like that. Anyway.
That's an amazing story, though, and sometimes it's that one-off line that you hear, that brings you back, and it's funny to me how many people have come back because of DSP. I don't personally understand it myself.
I've said it before. DSP is funny to me, but he's not the funniest lolcow to me, but there's something about him that does bring people back. So, once again, I just gotta say thank you, chat. I like how Todd Howard goes perfectly in between the thank you, but make sure I'm gonna remove that. Let's see what's the I need a DSP reaction image. What is this gonna get me with my safe search?
Probably nothing good.
Nothing good. But yeah, no, it is crazy. But I really liked what you said. Hold on, where's the on-screen text? There we go. Let's just leave that up there for a little bit.
Oh my god.
But I do really like that Craig story you shared, and that is so awesome to hear how he recognized you immediately. And I've said it before. I'll say it again because I have no memory, but I can't remember last Tuesday. So the fact that he saw your name and he lit up and it was immediately talking about you, I do remember that moment. And that was super special, man. And it shows that you've not like DSP does, but you've touched everybody in different ways. And even Craig was just like, I know you, and immediately jumped
I
on
even
it.
touched Craig just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and
Touched his heart.
yeah, so no, that is freaking awesome. Paul is coming on real soon. So while DJ is still stealing the show solo, Kay, do you have any more deep dive DJ questions for him?
I do. I want to understand what your vision for Retro Remix 1 was versus what your vision is for the 2.0 or the revamped version. Do you feel like you're staying in the same direction with what you're creating? Obviously you don't have to share all of your ideas if there's things you want to keep to your chest, but is there a different vision you have for it, or are you trying to kind of reinvigorate what you've previously created?
That's a good question. So originally I was a little bit more rigid with what I wanted Retro Remix to be. With every song that I cover, it's always something I grew up with. It's from a game that I either rented or I owned it. It's a piece of my own history as a gamer. So like every song, I'll only cover things like that it's something I'm super familiar with. It's something that I really love. It's from a game I have fond memories of, things like that. But originally, with old Retro Remix, I had a sort of stipulation that I wanted to keep it very specific to things like before the year 2000 or something like that. And obviously, what you define as retro has changed quite a bit since then. Now
is
things
considered retro.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't necessarily have to be something retro anymore, but it does still have to be like from a game or something that I'm super familiar with, something that has some sort of fond memories, of either I played it last week or I played it when I was like 10 years old.
Right.
but just something that I remember fondly. And I might even bend that rule because I've gotten some requests from games that I had never even played, but I still like the music from. I know, Kay, you even were talking about Road Rash 3, and the title screen music from that is just amazingly good.
Oh, Road Rash track, everything from start
Yeah.
to finish. If you touch any of that, I will be so happy. So happy. That's my number one request for you.
I have noticed that though, that people have requests for DJ because they want to hear their own remixes from like their own beloved games, and I even have my own that it's just like I would love to hear this DJ abide, and I think that's super freaking cool.
But yeah, like I'm trying to keep things a little bit more open with newer retro remix, so like I won't turn away specific requests unless it's just a game that I just don't want to cover.
Right.
And that's always going to be a thing, but I'll try to give most things like a fair chance. It's just a lot of it comes down to inspiration. I mean, if you're an artist or a musician, whatever your medium is,
This
like
is
it's
crack.
just if you don't
Ms.
feel
Jesus
creative,
Christine
if you don't feel
Chan tipped
inspired, you're not really going to come up with
$3.33.
anything.
You
And I
damn
don't want to
dirty
force
trolls.
it, so
I'm going to give
like
you
right
a
now
curse,
I'm
ye
like
Haim King
production
Hall,
for music
Alec
and stuff has
Benson
been
Leary.
really, really
You
slow.
and Liquid
With the
Chris can
exception
call
of
me
that
by the
music for
fucking
Star
name
Trek
that God
Engage,
and the
that just
bear
kind of
gave me at
happened.
Regency Square Mall.
I still
Curse
need to
the
hear
trolls.
that. I'm excited
Peace
to
to
hear
everyone else.
I'll ask Devil Made Me Do It if it's alright if I post just the music by itself, like in the Discord. I don't think he'll mind.
Yeah. I'm sorry, James is like extremely reactive right now, and I feel there's a reason, so I hate to interrupt you again.
We
all
we got a tip from Miss Jesus Christine Chan saying, "You damn dirty trolls! I'm gonna give you a curse ye hame ha. Do it with me, chat. Curse ye hame ha. Alec Benson Leary, you and Liquid Chris can call me by the fucking name that God and the bear gave me at the Regency Square Mall. Curse the trolls. Peace to everyone else." Thank you, Miss Jesus Christine Chan. Sorry to interrupt. I was listening, and I just didn't want to... I was holding in a lot of laughter and fear. So thank you for that.
I just can't unhear the Chris Chan sigh, you know, the Julie. Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness. And what you said about artistry, to go back to what we were talking about. It's interesting, and this is kind of why I wanted you and Paul together, so hopefully Paul will hop on soon, but it seems like Paul does more of a request approach, and you do more of a when it inspires you approach, so I'm kind of curious to see the two, how that kind of process works for you. Like, do you kind of sit there and go, that was a good song from that game, I should try at it? Or like, how do you like reach that point of inspiration for you to create a remix?
Pretty much the way you described it there. So I do requests as well. As I said, Devil Made Me Do It asked about some music recently, and he's not the only one. I have some more open projects that are kind of like they're a little bit in limbo right now because I'm just trying to figure out what to do with them. Yeah. But when it comes to remixes, I usually will open up like XM Play or anything that's like meant to play specific formats. Like I have one for SPC files, which is NES. Or no, I'm sorry, SPC is Super Nintendo. NSF, Nintendo Sound Format. And I'll just find a game that I really liked where I'm like, man, I really like this game. And I'll just listen to the music on loop for maybe hours. And, you know, just kind of go through a track. Like, I'll find a track that I want to do, and then I'll just listen to that on repeat for a long time. And, you know, just kind of deliberate on which one I want to work on before I find the song that I want to stick with.
And how long does it typically take you to create a remix? Like, the remixes are usually, 3 to 5 minutes long? So how long does that take you? Because obviously it takes a lot more work than just what we get to view in a tight package. But I'd love to know.
So a general... I'm quoting this from someone else, and I'm probably going to butcher the quote, so I'm sorry in advance to the musician. But the general rule of thumb is for every minute of audio you hear, you can guess that it took about an hour of work for sound engineer or the music producer to make. And that's just a baseline. For some music, it can take longer or shorter than that, depending. But just with music and art, I know people will see like a static image, or they'll hear a song and they'll think, most people will look at it and not even give it a passing glance, or they won't have any estimation on how long that took to make. But for about a 3-minute song, I want to say it can take as little as 9 hours, and it could take
9 hours.
And by the way, that's not even just that time is just the session time. So we're not talking about the times in between. So I mean, it could be weeks or months, but like just on average, it's about maybe 9 to 10 hours for one song, for about a 2 to 3 minute song for me.
Wow.
And that's just the time spent in FL Studio, like messing with stuff. That's not time spent outside of, like picking up samples or listening to the music to make sure I got everything right. Mm-hmm. That's just the time in the DAW, because it actually records your session time now, which is nice.
That's a good metric to have, though, to look at and be like, wow, I've spent this much time in this platform to create this like project.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's also really good if I ever take like commission music or something and I'm charging by the hour, so.
Yeah. I don't think that's a terrible idea. I think that would be really cool to see you do it, and I think you would get like a lot of business that way, to be honest. So something to consider.
Well, right now it's just a hobby, but doing music professionally, I've heard it can be really, really strenuous.
Mm.
If you're like a sound engineer or you're a music producer and you're doing it pro, it's something.
Right.
But it pays well.
What are the challenges you think you would face? Is it because obviously when you have a hobby, you can kind of drop it at any point, or you can say, I'm going to come back to this months later, and you don't have to worry about it. But is it more the professional route requires, like, no matter what, you have to reach it within this deadline, or is there more to it?
Mainly it would be the fear of deadlines, because some clients, they might want things in a very, very rigid time frame.
Right.
And if you're doing it professionally, obviously it has to be like really good quality and usually an almost unreasonable time frame. So it would mainly be the fear of disappointing a client,
Right.
like not having enough time to work on something like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I think if I ever did go pro, I would have to build myself up to it, like get into a routine of doing this much work daily and things like that. And I've been trying to, it's just old habits die hard.
Oh, of course, with everyone. And building businesses and stuff like that from the ground up are extremely difficult. It might seem like it's easy at a glance, but changing something from a casual thing or a passion of love into something that's even greater than that, and dedicating every day to it, it's not easy. So I absolutely understand like your hesitation. And what I always take from you is that you're somebody who's extremely reliable, and you're someone who really puts love into their work, a lot of hard work.
100%.
Everything you produce, even simple things like coming on the show, anything, you're always just very like, what can I do? All that kind of stuff. So I think like for you, you're somebody who really commits to what you're doing, and that can be scary, even though, you know that you'll commit and you'll do it. It's scary to be that person to do it.
It's just the fear of, the fear of letting someone down, especially if it were someone like you guys, if it were someone like Extra Zero or someone from Legion, Craig. Just the fear of letting any one of you down by, like, fucking something up. Just, you know what I mean? Just, it would be like a nightmare for me. So that's just the last thing I ever want to have happen.
Well, you don't have to worry about it with me, because I let my parents down long ago. So don't worry. The expectations for me, anything involving me, in the trash. So maybe the other guys you have to worry about. I don't know if Extra has any opinions on that, but me, you're good.
It's always funny to me when I hear people like talk like the way you did, DJ, because it's usually those people that you want to work with, honestly. It's the people that are so worried about messing up that you're like, no, even if you did mess up, it's okay, because I know you care about messing up, and I know you'll rectify it. So I just want to at least give you that encouragement. Like, your work ethic is some of the best I've personally ever seen, and I think that you should try to cast aside those fears and trust your own process, because I really do think that you can make something out of this, and you should be... Honestly, what my mind goes to is, how do we make it so more people know you're back?
Yes.
Because there's an audience out there that knows that you exist, or they know of your music if they don't know your name.
Yeah.
And so it's not a matter of you necessarily, like, how do I grow big? It's more about, how do we get everyone back to the ship? They understand that there's a ship with DJ Axis in it.
You can look it
It's
up.
here.
Your music
You
is
want the
floating
music?
around, and people want it.
Exactly. You want the music? It's here. It's here. You're making stuff. So I think there's a lot of people on the internet. As we said, the internet is in shambles. It has been for the past little while, and we're all repairing the ship. And there's a lot of people that want to engage with your content. I really think there's a future out there for you. So don't let your fears on delivering hold you back, because I sincerely feel like you could do something big. And you already are, in my opinion.
Well, one thing I really do want to get into you, and I've already talked to you about this extensively, Kay, so I'm kind of beating a dead horse here, is I really want to get into streaming, and I would love to do content with other people, kind of like what we're doing now, just like being on a podcast or just appearing on other people's shows, just getting my name out there. This is the kind of thing I do really have a passion for. Just coming on someone's stream and just talking like a drunken asshole about whatever I feel like, or just some random topic that I happen to be knowledgeable of. And eventually I'd like to do some game streaming. Mainly I'm just held up right now by my bad internet, but I do want to get into that too. As I said, I've always had a passion for gaming, even more so than music. But I just don't want to leave my music by the wayside. So if anyone is worried that I'm talking about wanting to branch out into podcasting or gaming and stuff, don't worry, I still will be making music. But what I would really love to do is make the podcasting and gaming thing like the source of my revenue, or like the business thing, and then keep music as a hobby, because I would rather not have music be a business. I'd rather it be a creative endeavor. It's something I could just do because I love it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I know you've talked to me a bit about your internet limitations, and internet in the States kind of sucks sometimes, because there's a lot of rural areas for you guys where it's like, we're going to charge you tons of money for like the same thing that somebody gets way more in a metropolitan city. So I didn't realize how bad that issue was in the States. I know in Canada we're very spread out. So James and I are fortunate enough to be near a center where there's so much people that service off of it, and we get really powerful internet. But I can imagine the stress of that hurdle, and I think there's ways around it for you. And I think, like, even looking at the old retro remixes, like, it sounded like you almost blended podcasting and making music together, and you should consider something like that. We don't have to see your face. We know who you are, right? So if the internet is choppy with trying to get all, game footage up, whatever it is, keep it super simple. Keep it like this, where you're just talking with beautiful Todd Howard on Samus.
Yes.
But,
16 times the detail, okay?
I was originally, when we started this endeavor, I was not going to do my face, and I was talking with Kay about this the other day, because I like being an anonymous little secret boy and lurking around in my trench coat. So I wasn't going to show my face, but then I'm like, if I'm playing a super intense game or something and I'm silent, I don't want people to think that, like, I'm not there, and that's why I decided to show my face, just to be like, fine, you can look at me while I'm going like that, just so you know I'm present. But you do what works for you, man, and however you want to do it, whatever is fun for you. Just I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with, whether it's a game stream, talking streams, more music, whatever it is. I think you can kill it in any category.
I think I have a webcam around here, so I could actually do like a face reveal at some point.
If you're
not missing much though. I don't mind it. Like, it's I went through this phase when I was younger about not wanting to, like, not wanting anyone to know who my real name or where I'm from or anything like that.
You mean normal people on the internet? That's how it used to be. It used to be hide
Yeah.
your identity, protect yourself. When somebody says ASL to you, don't tell them. They're probably trying to groom you. And now it's like, oh, you have to say everything, and there should be no anonymous people. And, blah, blah, blah.
And now,
So, like,
now people encourage oversharing. Exactly.
Yes.
exactly.
So
Yeah, I don't blame
might
you.
do it.
Well, hey, we're in for it. But, I just want to say, like, there are many opportunities still for you to create content, and there are tons of people sitting here right now listening to you, not even seeing your face or anything. They're looking at me and James being like, why are these two here?
You're just
and
seeing
they're
me
listening
drool,
to you.
just being like, the music's good, but like you're the one stealing the show here. I'm just here for the looks, I guess.
Well, I think I've floated this idea to you already, Kay, but I'll just bring it up here in front of everybody. If you guys ever wanted to like have me be a permanent fixture on Melee games in some capacity, I would be honored to. Like, no pressure or anything, but I mean, you guys were instrumental.
No pressure, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, you two were instrumental in helping me get FL Studio. You were instrumental in helping me get this headset that I'm using to talk to you. And again, when I was trying to raise funds to replace my PC. So I mean, like, to me, it would be like paying you back for all of that, like just creating content with you. And I don't know if James would be down for it, but I could totally see me and him doing like a Game Grumps kind of thing. If he's playing like Doom 64 and I'm just screaming in his ear about him missing a secret, and I'm just like, go back, you fucking idiot! No!
$4.20. We've known DJ.
Well, first of all,
for so
DJ,
long.
I'm
He's never
honored.
gonna
I know
give
you're
you
saying
up,
you're
never
honored,
gonna
but
let
I'm
you down.
honored. And don't ever feel like you need to pay us back for anything. You stand on your own two legs. Maybe you have 3 or 4. I don't know. I haven't seen your legs. But the point is that you have stood on your own 2 legs. You've created amazing things. You're here. You're present. You're in our streams every day talking. People love talking to you, and so you've brought your own presence out. Don't ever feel like it's
100%.
us or anything. It's you that stands on your own. But we love having you on the channel. I mean, that's why today we're doing this, right? This was an idea in my back pocket for a long time, and I just wanted the right time to pull the trigger and like make sure that I put some care into it and made sure that I gave you a proper opportunity to talk, right? I didn't just want to be like, okay, DJ, hop on stream and we'll talk about whatever. Like, I really wanted to give you that opportunity to talk. So I hope that we've done you some justice today. We're obviously not ending here. I sound like I am. I'm not.
I always sound like I'm ending. Also, DJ Rick Ashley wanted to tip. Is this another one of your alts? Do you just have a lot of DJ alts? What's going on? DJ Rick Ashley tipped us and said, we've known DJ for so long, and he's never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Is that going to be the next? We're in the Todd Howard arc of DJ. We're in the Todd Howard arc of DJ, and then we're going to get to the Rick Astley DJ arc. I want to have the DJ Axis arc against DJ allies. That's what I want. That's what I want too. The sleek aesthetic, the a long black trench coat. I want the dark DJ, everybody. That's gonna be my favorite arc, but I foresee many arcs coming up.
We need Darth DJ specifically.
Ooh.
I should mention to you, James, I actually have a leather trench coat.
Oh, I'm so jealous. I've always wanted one, but I'm pretty sure I've wanted one since high school, but I'm pretty sure, look, I gave my high school enough problems, all right? I walk in there with a trench coat, it would have been full lockdown. Nothing good would have come of that. So I for their sake, I never went full Neo. I was nerdy, but I never went full Neo. But
thank you, DJ. It's been a big compliment what you've been saying today. So
no, absolutely.
I appreciate it.
It means a lot.
Thank you
man.
guys for giving me the chance to.
I do want to get into general gaming topics as well with music. Yeah. But before that, was there anything else you wanted to add to Retro Remix and all that? And obviously, like I said, you add a lot to our streams as well. We love having you on. So, anytime
100%.
you want to come on a stream and hang out with us, you're more than welcome to. And I would love to see you poke the bear with James when he goes and talks to every fucking person. And it's just like, why are you talking to every fucking person in the game?
Wait,
that's how I play. Leave me alone.
Just so I'm clear, if I ask, you would just have me like join the voice chat for any of James's streams.
Oh dear God! Oh God!
Because be careful with that sense. With that power comes great responsibility.
Let me say this much: the Melee games. I don't want to deter from, because the stream is about you and Paul, so I don't want to veer off into my own conversation too deeply. But I built Melee games a year ago. I have a big vision for it. I've been slowly rolling it out, so there's always a few steps ahead I'm thinking of, and things that I want to introduce. You know, we had the town square come up recently. That was a project I was actually working on for a long time, just to figure out the right way to present it and make sure that I bring voices forward properly and everything. So there's been a lot of projects I've wanted to do. Obviously, James streaming was the easiest one to roll out first.
Because I'm easy.
I have some... Exactly. I've had some, pre-recorded projects that I'm working on behind the scenes that I can't really fully discuss because I want it to be,
Secret.
I want it to come out on its
a
own.
secret.
Yeah, but the point is that there's a lot of stuff I want to do on the channel, and I think that we're building a really awesome community here. I really love that we have so many people coming in, talking about video games. We need this space where we can just have the escapism to enjoy the video games, what they're about, ignore all the bullshit on the internet, but still be able to speak about whatever we want, and that's what's really missing. So that's what I'm trying to create, is a space where you can talk to people that are like-minded, that, enjoy video games as well, build a sense of community, play games with each other, all this stuff, and just absorb that content in a space where you feel like you can be yourself too. And so obviously, there's a lot of projects I'm working on, but I do want to include more people in our streams. I do think building a community is important, and I think it's important to bring on people on stream. So anytime anyone wants to pitch anything to me, feel free. You know how to DM me. I'm the Melee Games account on Discord. I run the Instagram as well. You can find me on my Twitter at Melee Charisma. So if there's ever anything that you want to talk to me about for this channel, please do. And DJ, you and I have spoken privately, and there's a lot of stuff you've mentioned to me, and I remember I've said to you, keep a pin in that one, because there's stuff I might want to do. So I'm not counting out the idea that you could be on some streams with James, making fun of him for talking to every single NPC possible.
It's nice to know the story.
But I just want to say there will be more opportunities for more people to join us on the streams. It's not, obviously, James and I are the ones running the show with Melee Games, but we love including you guys, and we just love what's happening with this community right now. So definitely I am open to you coming on more streams and on
Nice.
James.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. That's going to happen later. I mean, hi, James.
What are you alluding to?
Nothing.
Oh my God.
But with all of that being said, obviously we've talked a lot about your music career and kind of what's created you. And I said to James before we started the stream, like, I want it to be kind of an end-all be-all for people to find answers about you, but also I want to learn about your opinions on video games and music and get into discussions, kind of like what we do with our Anything Goes on the podcast for the Melee Madness podcast. So
Yeah,
before
absolutely.
I transition it to more general topics where the chat can kind of chime in more, I just want to give everyone a final opportunity if they have any extra questions for DJ pertaining to his career or the stuff he's creating. Now's the time to drop those. And DJ, is there anything that you wanted to mention about, your path with music, anything in the future you want to work on, or anything before we go to the general stuff?
I'm not sure about specific stuff I want to work on musically. I have some projects open. One of them I sent to you on your birthday, and I remember you said it was the best present you ever got because of the song
Yes.
in question. I will finish that one, by the way. I haven't forgotten it. It's just inspiration is not to me. When I work on stuff, I've always been under the impression that anything worth doing is worth doing well. And that's where my work ethic comes from. This is something that I learned from my dad. My parents divorced when I was super young, and my dad was he never really did dad stuff with me, but he was extremely hardworking, and I just kind of learned that through him, just seeing how he would bust his ass to take care of take care of me and my siblings. So I try to do that with everything I do, even if I don't always use my whole ass. Sometimes it's kind of happy, but I try to do everything as well as I can.
You have a great ass.
Thank you. But the other thing I was going to say is more pertaining to you two. When I first saw James streaming Captain Toad, and I watched a video of you two reviewing the Mario movie, which was kind of like my first experience with both of you and your content, I kind of had the same feeling that Craig and Tom must have had when I emailed them and I sent them my demo music for Retro Remix. I saw you two streaming and I saw the chemistry you two had on camera. Like, I want to see these two succeed. This is like where, like, this is where I want to build my branding, if possible. At least have it tied to Melee games in some way, because I really like what you guys do. Like, especially hearing more like what Kay is talking about with wanting to get back to what the internet used to be and have a space for gaming and gaming culture and just, you know, nerds being nerdy. Like, I want to get behind that as best I can. So that's what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, that means a lot, man. Thank you. And I think it's been so awesome to meet so many people that feel the same way and they just want to get on board and be a part of this thing and in some way, somehow. And I consider you a huge pillar of what we're building and everything we're trying to do here. I mean, we listen to your music and you're a part of every single stream. Every single stream we do, you're involved in it. And I'm not saying like in a chat way. I mean, we're listening to you and Paul Hadouken in the... Every time we have an intro, an outro, or I have to go to the bathroom, or I have to scream and cry because the game's kicking my ass, we're listening to you. You guys are the disguise for how terrible I am in real life. But no, seriously, because I can't be serious. That does mean a lot, man. Thank you. And that's really touching that you feel that way, that it's like you want to be a part of this. And in my opinion, you are. You're 100%. You are. We've been listening to you and Paul this whole freaking stream, and the people are loving it.
I want to see
thank
you
you
two.
so much.
Oh, you're welcome. I just want to see Melee games at least get that silver, you know, YouTube play button. You know, I want to see you two like rolling in 100K subs, you know, or get like that many on Rumble, and just I want to see Melee games blow up. That's what I'm trying to say. If
I get a silver play button, YouTube, the first thing I'm doing is taking a photo of Yoshi fucking it. And I'm gonna post that on Twitter. That's gonna be the reveal. I'm not gonna let anyone know we're getting it until you see Yoshi, that fucker right over there. I don't know if you can see him. Yeah, there he is. He's gonna be fucking it, and I'm gonna be helping him.
He's gonna be fucking it with the banana too.
Yeah.
And Iron Sheik.
There's your motivation, Susan.
It's actually really interesting you brought that up. I mean, of course, like that's a huge goal to reach, and whether or not that will happen, who knows. But I actually was talking to James privately, like I think even yesterday or a day ago, and I was saying to him, you know, a lot of communities, they focus on like how big do we grow this audience, and how do we kind of monetize, and how do we do all this stuff, right? And honestly, for me, it's like I don't need the like million subscribers or anything like that. It's about building a community that actually wants to enjoy video games, that can engage with each other and share their passion for it together, and really appreciate like the love behind it. Like I've said a few times, even on Twitter, it's a labor of love, not extortion with video games. And I think a lot of people are losing that understanding, and they kind of look at it as like a corporate market rather than an art. Which, as a side note, is why I appreciate DJ so much, because he would rather make music as a hobby than make it as a career, just for that reason too, I sense. But if, you know, there's 100,000 like-minded people, I will be happy. If there's 100 like-minded people, I'm happy. Like, to me, the size of the community is what it should be at the end of the day, wherever it ends up. If it's 1 million people or 10 people. But I'm just really glad to see how the community has been shaping so far for Melee games, because I really feel that we've brought in a lot of people who are desiring similar things, that just want to enjoy the games and not worry about anything else, and they look for games for whatever reason. Some people love the music in it, like yourself and Paul. Some people love to design stuff. I know DJ said you wanted to design stuff in the past as well. Like, there's so many different reasons we all play games. I'm a big story person, but I'm also a big mechanics person. I'm also a person that just likes to look at it as like an art form, almost like somebody would look at film or TV. So, you know, I just want to continue to build a community here of people that are here for the reasons of enjoying what video games are as a passion in art. And If that's 5 people, that's okay. I'm happy that I met those 5 people. If it's 100,000 people, which, I suspect there's a lot of silent majority people out there who feel similar, who are kind of craving this sense of wanting to just enjoy games for what they are, then I'll be happy that we have that. But yeah, I'm grateful for even when we have 1 person watching or 10, because it's people that really want to be here for the right reasons. So
Definitely. I think you're off to a very good start on, developing the foundations for that already with the community that you've surrounded yourself with so far. So hopefully you just keep on growing in the coming years.
thank you. Well, I'm gonna stop being cringe. Anything come out of chat, James, before we transition
Yeah,
to
let's
regular
read
video game
chat.
topics?
I wanted to ask you, if we're building a community for 100,000 people, did the voices in my head count?
Yes.
100,000 people! We just hit 100,000 in our community!
Send me my play button, bitch!
Billy, James, George, Jimmy, all of them up there. A lot of them tell me to burn things. I don't know how that relates to video games, but they're requesting a Pyro stream, TF2 Pyro, so
Do
we're
they
gonna do
all
that.
start with J's?
Yes. All 100,000 of
Okay.
them. Yes.
Perfect.
Let's check out chat. We got Dungeon 00X in chat saying DSP is a joke in general. Well, he's some people's favorite joke. And he says, I have a better one. A better what? A better what? That's suspicious. And he says, am I the only other person in chat? No, it's just people like YouTube. People like YouTube, but you are the only person in Twitch, unless there's anyone lurking in Twitch that I cannot see. And speaking of YouTube, we got YouTube popping off. Where the hell did I fucking leave off here? There it is. We have Extra Zero coming in and saying, DJ, are there any musicians in the nerdcore scene you're a fan of? I personally love the Megas, DJ Shy Guy, Bit Brigade, Mega Fran, and Kadesh Flow. Oh, and Power Glove, which I've personally seen Power Glove live.
Power Glove is fantastic. And we've also seen, what's the other one? He mentioned another one.
One that
Bit Brigade. Yeah, I have videos
we
of us
have
going to Bit
seen
Brigade.
them. Yes,
Yeah.
I was just very
They
drunk.
did Mega Man and Castlevania playthrough, I think, when we watched them. So.
That's right. Yes. Yes. So any of those bands you're a fan of, DJ? Any of the nerdy musical video game type bands?
I know of Power Glove, but I don't know of any of the other ones, unfortunately. Man. A lot of my taste for that kind of stuff is just general synthwave artists. People like Mitch Murder, Miami Nights, 1984, people like that. But I'm trying to think. Like I'm so bad with names, especially with like band names. So I'm not trying to like dodge the question here. I just genuinely can't think of any nerd bands that I like that really like jump out at me at the moment. If I can think of some, I'll come back to that. But aside from Power Glove, I can't really think of anyone else at the.
No, that sounds good. One of my favorites is I don't know what he's doing anymore. He's kind of disappeared off the internet, but I listen to him all the freaking time. Is E-Rock? Anyone know E-Rock? 331 E-Rock.
Oh yeah, E-Rock.
I listen to him all the time. I listen to his stuff, and it's so freaking good. He just does like pretty much metal covers of songs from pop culture, and yeah, I always listen to his stuff.
Those guys that are like based off Earthbound. Remember, we've seen them a few times.
They
here?
were so good. Well, actually, what happened was they
Yeah.
disbanded because one of them passed away.
Oh shit! I didn't know
yeah.
that. That's awful.
Yeah. So I'll dig that up later. But yeah, they had to disband because they were just kind of like all very close friends, and one of them passed away. So that was the end of that
Look
band.
out, Paul is coming.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna add Paul here in a second. You guys can keep talking while I get that sorted.
Sounds good. Exo0 says, I love James Rolfe, but I only pay attention to Rex Viper in hopes that Justin Silverman will make headlines after a crowd surfing attempt. That would be amazing. Oh my god. You know what? I watch Rex Viper for the fucking memes because it's hilarious. My fucking god. But lately, Justin Silverman isn't involved, and he was the best part. Justin Silverman's the best part. How he's in the music videos and he's kind of just bobbing around. It's so fucking good. Justin.
Hey, but you know what? If you listen to their new stuff, there's this guy on the keyboard that's actually good.
Yeah, I like Justin. Hey, it's Justin.
Like, hey, it's Justin.
Hey, it's Justin.
But I noticed that they did like a DK remix, which I think even somebody in our community did like a little parody video
That's
of it
right,
as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, that guy's really good on the keyboard. He did some justice to the Donkey Kong Country soundtrack, so I highly recommend that song at least.
You know your band is in trouble when the best thing you can say is, "Oh, they just put out this one song and it's good."
Yeah.
Wait, it's actually good?
Yeah.
I know.
It ain't good. Justin Silverman isn't.
No
in the music
disrespect to
video.
my man AVGN, but we like you for your shitting on games, maybe not the music.
And we got Kendon Bronner saying, thank you, DS. Nah, can't do it. Sorry. I'll say it. Thank you, DSP. You're a cool dude. I, too, suck at video games really bad. I don't do everything you do, though. I don't do that whole children thing. Paul Hadouken says, yep, that's how I rediscovered Craig and side-scrollers. Oh, and then Extra Zero says, thank you, chat. Not thank you, DSP. Thank you, chat. Paul Hadouken says, my girlfriend is the detractor. The detractor? Is she the one nonstop all day 20? Well, we're going to ask him very soon. He's coming on. We can ask him about it. Extra Zero says, DSP should be the poster boy for Jackbox. Paul Hadouken says, and the theme for side-scrollers would have been DJ. Oh, are we getting blood sports here? Are we going to fight about the side-scrollers intro? If only I hadn't shown up a week earlier asking if they needed a new theme. All right, well, you know what? We can have them fight over that, Paul, and you're coming in here real soon. What else we got? Good Lord. The Extra Zero says, you don't have to worry about letting me down, DJ. You hear that? Uh-oh, did I disconnect again? Or am I...
We lost DJ.
We lost
DJ was
DJ.
like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Oh my god. Well, I hope DJ comes back. Keep me posted. I'll keep reading chat. Now we're down to just us, but I don't make music. There's
There he goes,
DJ.
We're good.
Hello?
Oof. Okay, I'm here. Sorry.
No.
Okay, rage quits are good. That's
I've
very in
disconnected
DSP
once.
fashion.
You disconnected once. Now it's K.
I didn't rage quit. Damn it.
I love rage quitting. But like I was saying, you may have missed this part, but Extra Zero said you don't have to worry about letting me down, DJ. You hear that? You don't have to worry about me letting. You don't have to worry about letting me down. I'm a disappointment. And we got Paul Hadouken in here. Paul, does DJ have to worry about you getting let down him by?
What?
What?
are you saying?
What?
Can you rephrase the question?
What? Reptile?
What?
There's Paul Hadouken, everybody! Look at that.
Turn you down.
Nah, you know what? I'll whisper.
Hadouken!
There we go.
Hadouken! What's up, everybody? Sorry I'm freaking late. Am I coming in clear? Loud? Quiet? How am I?
You're sounding good. You're frozen now. Oh, there you are. But you sounded
No,
good
you're
the
not
whole
frozen.
way. He was frozen for a millisecond. He's good now. He was frozen for me.
Frozen
Oh,
for me,
everybody.
baby.
Go beat your demons.
All right. Give me a second.
I totally forgot about that shirt.
A good old DSP commemoration here.
Perfect.
James, you're still reading chat?
You want me to
and
keep
then
going through
we'll-
chat? Okay,
Yeah,
quickly.
go through chat.
Paul Hadouken. Who's that guy? Who's Paul Hadouken? Craig.
Who cares?
I don't. Fuck that guy. Craig's trying to do the same thing with side scrollers. Find the people again. It is hard, but keep at it. Is it as hard as beating your demon? So that's what I want to know. Jason
No.
came in and said, "Kay is right. You just being around from the beginning is why we were so happy to help you with that computer." Yeah, no, that was a freaking blast anyway. So it was just a fun stream, and we were absolutely happy to help you get that computer.
And by the way, I want to give Jason a shout out. He also, like, him and I had like a meeting of the minds. It's like I was already kind of planning to help you with the PC as well. And then he DM'd me, and like the whole time I was like, okay, how do I roll this out? What do I do? He messaged me and he was like, hey, like, is there any chance the Melee Games community would be interested in helping out DJ? I was like, okay, I have to do this, like, for sure. Like, we're going to make it happen. So Jason was a big part of that too. I just want to mention that.
Hell yeah. Shout out to everybody.
Dude 1286 says for some reason Rumble is completely broken for your stream right now. Why does it happen to you guys but not side scrollers? I don't know. We should ask them right
It might
now.
be because you guys are using OBS and that secret little whatever you're using.
My secret
It's
Chinese
like
method.
the whole, I
and
can have a
cheese fries
stream
here.
just talking about
Right
that.
now it's working perfectly, and it's been working perfectly on Kick and YouTube and Twitch the whole time. But Rumble
TLDR,
Rumble
Rumble
hates
has
us.
an issue where if you have too much bitrate for it, it freaks out and then it resets itself. So it works really well for a while, and then it's like I took too much, and it's like stop eating, and it won't, and then it just like does
Stop
it anyways,
eating, but
and then it resets himself.
But I put it on the right limit, but it doesn't set the limit properly.
It doesn't listen to the limit that you set for it, so
Yeah.
it's like I know I'm too full and I'm gonna vomit, but I'm gonna keep eating anyways, and then it vomits. It gets choppy for a while,
Rumble's
and then it comes back.
Rumble's-
It's like the second wind, you know.
Yeah.
It's like okay, don't worry, I'll drink more alcohol. Let's keep partying, boys. Like
Is
that's
Rumble bulimic?
Rumble's actually the big fat guy at the end of Meaning of Life.
Rumble is me eating cheese fries right now.
Is that what you're eating?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that looks
I'm
delicious.
starving, guys. I was driving around. I'm trying to get money driving people, and I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta go talk, and I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Sorry for sounding terrible.
This is a food
Yeah.
stream now. ASMR food. I
The
want to hear
stream's
you
about
chew.
you guys, so yeah. But Rumble
Oh,
has
okay.
already acknowledged the issue. They told me that they don't know really how to fix it, but they've acknowledged it's on their list of things to do. So it'll fix eventually.
Dude,
And only
Rumble-
people that
Yes.
pump insane internet into OBS end up with this issue. So
That's why I use Restream. Well, I don't have that much internet to shove into Rumble, but I think Restream does a pretty good job of I don't know, executing it. Oh shit! I just spit all over myself.
Oh my god.
rip.
So Rumble doesn't like that I shove everything I got into them. Got it. Got it.
Exactly.
Well,
Only a little
Rumble,
bit at a time.
Rumble, tell me your safety word. Maybe I won't shove so hard. Dude1286 says, I do like there are things I agree with James against K, and there are things I agree with K over James. It would make my appearances more fun that way. What do you agree with me on? That I don't think you should agree with me at all. That's a terrible idea.
You guys are Xbox boys. You're X-boners, if
I'm
you will.
an ex-boner representing, old school ex-boner. My ex-boner has gotten old and tired in recent years. It doesn't bone up like it used to. But and on that note, Paul Hadouken is saying I'm coming. Well, I think he came, and here he is. And Jason says Little V is great too. Angry Canadian says I am late. That's okay. We're all late. Dude1286 says I use the same plugin for OBS. Hell yeah. Do you have problems on Rumble? Let me know. Angry Canadian says sames. Oh my god. And Angry Canadian says 8,000 seems to be okay. Yeah, that's what we set it to. But sometimes I'll look over and Rumble's trying to take 20 instead of 8. Dude1286 says my limit is currently 3K for Rumble. I fucking set it to 8. It's 8 right now, but later on it's going to be 14. And Jason says, Paul, I had Culver's for dinner tonight too. Damn you Americans and your good food.
He knew it right away. He saw
What
this.
is that creature on the bottom of the bag? This looks like McDonald's
It's a
almost.
Scoopy.
It actually looked like the
Scoopy.
Stay Puft Marshmallow Man a little bit.
It does look
Oh,
like the Stave
weird.
Park Marshmallow Man with grease all over it.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
Weird.
Culver's S tier. It was the only S tier in Get Ranked where we ranked burgers.
I couldn't even
I
do
have
that.
problems with Get Ranked. I've been yelling at them about James Bond, so...
Angry Canadian says
I love the
Canada
guys over there.
has Harvey's. What are you complaining about? I don't even think I have a Harvey's around me anymore. And when I did, the
Uh,
Harvey's was very mediocre.
I thought Harvey shut down.
Uh,
Also, Paul's frozen for me. I don't know if he's frozen for you.
yeah, he's frozen for me as well. I blame Rumber. I shoved too hard.
You gotta ease it in, James. Come
All right,
on.
you're right. You know
Okay,
what?
I'm back.
What the fuck? Okay, Paul's back. We're good.
Should
Yeah,
we?
What happened? Why is...
On that note, on the most explosive note, and we are listening to him right frickin' now. Look at that. Should we introduce the one, the only, the man, the myth, the icon, Paul Hadouken, the other half of the music show? How's it going, Paul?
I am doing all right. How are you guys doing?
We're good. We're
We've
happy
been
to
doing
have
good,
you.
baby. We're
Good
doing
show,
good.
guys. I'm having fun watching. I'm a big everybody. I was gonna say everybody subscribe to Melee Games, but they already are if they're here. Duh. But if you haven't, subscribe to these guys. These guys are awesome.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank
don't
you,
know.
man.
But we
I
are
don't know
all
why.
about you today.
Oh, I appreciate that. I don't deserve that. All I did was stumble into your fucking chat and was like, "Hey, I heard you took music from DJ Axis. You want to take music from me too?"
And then we did, and we took it,
Yeah,
and
it
it
was
was great.
beautiful.
Yeah. Now me and DJ are all over everyone.
Yep.
I love that. I love wherever I
everyone.
go, I drag DJ along with me. Cause like
It's true.
Yeah. Whenever like I think it was when I talk to No Green Rocks, I'm like, yo, you want some music and stuff? He's like, yeah, fuck yeah. And then like a little bit later, I'm like, hey, check out DJ Axis, cause if you want some then he's your guy.
You know what though, Paul? I really don't mind being your sloppy seconds. It's fine.
Ooh, yeah.
There's a theme going on. Kay, I think you need to leave. We're having a little boy time here, if you know
Although
what I mean.
All right. I'm gonna
It's
go.
funny. 'Cause
Bring the
I
CEO
don't
of
know-
Rumble in.
I don't know if you, I don't know if you read it out, but pretty much Axis would have probably had the theme song if only I didn't come first.
Oh my god. Well, it's not always
This is
who
the blood
come.
sports we were talking about.
It's
Paul
not
came in
always
and
about coming.
premature Hadoukened.
I premature Hadoukened all over Craig's email.
You
Sorry.
Hadoukened that dick.
I Hadoukened that dick. Oh yeah, that's an.
I'm sorry.
change my name to DJ Dr. Bongwaters. I'm also a DJ, guys.
I'm sorry. I'm like a Badangadang super fan.
Yeah,
And I want to get into that. I want to get into all that. But
okay,
first, let me ask a question. How much time do I have you guys for? Because originally I pitched to you about like 2 to 3 hours. Are you okay if we creep over that 3-hour mark a little bit? I think 4 would be our maximum.
Right, I
How much
showed up
time do you guys
late.
have?
It's up to DJ.
I can stay all night.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Paul
Okay,
comes
we'll let the
early
conversation
and DJ
flow then.
stays all night. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Perfect. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because if not, then I would have speed run the whole like Paul segment. We would talk about some video game stuff and be like, okay, bye.
Okay, I'm gonna let you take the full charge into this load here. I'm gonna be right back. After all that talk, I need like a Gatorade or something to recharge. Look, guys, I need my second win, so I'm gonna be right back. Kay, you handle this crazy fort. All right. I'll see you guys soon. Don't do anything weird without me.
He's gonna go pound off.
Yeah, exactly. He'll find a room.
Look, he's grabbing. I thought he was gonna grab Gengar, put a hole in the butt.
Oh no!
Hey, have you ever seen the back of that Gengar? I don't know.
Oh. That's why we never see the back of the Gengar.
Exactly.
That's
Well, Paul,
great.
we started with DJ and we asked him to tell us about himself. So I want to give you the same opportunity as you're the other half of the music of Melee Games. We call this the men behind the music of
Wait,
the Melee
did you
Games
just
channel.
assume my gender?
I did.
Bye. No, I'm just
Damn it! We only have one person doing music now.
joking. No,
So
yeah.
Paul,
Yes.
tell us about yourself and treat it as if there might be people that don't know anything about what you do, because obviously I'm very literate in what you do. I love your stuff, but I want to treat it as like for newcomers too. Who is Paul? What do you do? Tell us everything.
I don't do much. I just kind of hang out, I'm Paul. I like to party. No, but shit, where do I even start? Really, it's shit, man. I've just been doing music forever. It's funny because my remixes came out. My remixes, actually, they're just. I don't know. It's so hard to define what I do because I do a cover or like a rendition. It's not even a straight for straight cover. It's a rendition, or at least my covers are. And back then, I didn't know what to do, so I called them like metal remixes. I used to see DJ Axis's retro remixes all the time. I'm like, ooh, I need to do like a rock version of something. And nobody really paid attention to me in the Screw Attack days. I went by Spazer back then, the G1 Spazer.
I love that name.
Yeah, I pretty much stole the Screw. It's a weapon in Metroid. So I just did the same thing Screw Attack did. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do the same thing. Spazer.
That was a really good choice for a name, by the way.
It is.
Right. I was looking for something that was a little different, I'm like, there's Ice Beam, there's whatever, and then there's Spazers. James, get the fuck out.
Sit in the damn chair, bitch!
That's hilarious. But yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, with, first of all, you're selling yourself short. Paul does a lot of awesome music. He's around a lot of the corners of the internet taking requests. He's oftentimes, I'll watch a show and I'm like, oh yeah, that's Paul's sound. I don't even need to see your name on the screen anymore. I know when people are using your music. Like, you've got a really distinct, amazing sound. And I personally love a lot of your covers, so I want to like just deep dive into some of the stuff you're doing. But before I guess we get to the Spazer part of it, I know you said you've been doing music for a really long time as well. So what was your start with music? What first got you playing? And I know some of it, but tell me like I don't.
Right. Is Crazy T in the chat? Crazy T loves to yell the name of my very first band. So back, I'll get to that in a second. Back, my very origin story is I started playing basically when I was like 10 years old. I met my like childhood friends, and one of them, I'm Polish, so we live in a very Polish neighborhood. So I met a Polish buddy. He was very like a white, like he listened to rap a lot and all that, and we called him like he always wore FUBU. I don't know if you guys have FUBU up there, but he was like a white. Is. Oh my god, it's For You by You or something. Yeah. It was like a hood stuff. My white Polish friend thought he was hood, and I'm like, you look dumb. And then I met by like a year or two later, I met my like other childhood friend who I actually did a podcast with during the Rona, but those videos got taken down because we were smoking some of the stuff. Some green.
They caught you for that?
We were like blatant about it. We were telling the strains we were rolling up. We were smoking on the thing, and they just didn't. They're like, yeah, you need to. Actually, that wasn't the biggest part. They were just mad that we were talking about like fuck these lockdowns. We did get like strike. Yeah. But that's my like second childhood friend. I met like a year later, and he was Mexican. He is Mexican, and his whole family's like. But his whole like his family like adopted me and my other Polish buddy, like as if we were their sons, and through him and his family I just learned a whole, because I'm first generation born here. The most music that I got was just whatever was on the radio. I got two older brothers as well that are 8 and 9 years older than me, so they basically were always listening to like whatever was popular, you know. My one brother was huge into Metallica and all that, but like looking at him, you wouldn't know he was into Metallica. He just bought all the CDs. He's like, hell yeah, this is awesome. He was just one of the normie fans. And my other brother was more into like Green Day and Blink-182, but like they would always I was like real young at the time, and they're just like mid-90s, they're teenagers, so they're coming home showing me all this stuff too. And then I'm like, this is all cool. And then Rage Against the Machine is like one of the first things I remember, like, yo, this is awesome.
I love Rage. Yeah.
Yeah, I loved Rage. Some of the
yeah. I mean, I talk in past tense with it too.
I know. No, it's sad. Oh man, this is a whole nother topic, but it's sad when you see like, oh man, I used to love your music, but now you're saying some really stupid stuff, and like. That might stop me from buying a vinyl of yours right now. But
you make sure you don't pirate it though. You can't go on LimeWire or Napster or ShareBear, whatever it was called.
ShareBear?
ShareBear. That was like the LimeWire like alternative. Yeah. It was like it was called Share. That was the one I used for some stupid reason. I mean, that's the one I used because Megadeth sucks, so I'd always pirate all their music anyway.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
We going macho.
No, I was trying to do James from Metallica.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go drink now.
I was going to Vince Russo this whole time. I didn't even...
Wait, are we doing impressions now? Hang on.
Now we're just doing impressions.
Okay, Kay, you be Jason Newsted. Get depressed. Severely depressed.
I'm so sad.
And leave the band.
And we got to bully you.
And then I just leave? Okay, perfect. Here, there.
Oh, yeah, he left the band, man.
He fucking left the band.
Oh my god.
I love that. Okay. Where was I? Okay, so yeah, I started learning music, whatever, like popular mid-90s. Korn blew up. I'm like, holy shit, this is awesome. Limp Bizkit, obviously. So all that, I really dug into it, while my other friend, my Polish friend, was like, oh, Eminem, which, Eminem was cool for sure. But just like a lot of like the rap, and I was just like really not into rap back then. And then... yeah, then I met my Mexican buddy, and he and his family not only showed me like more metal stuff of, not like metal, but like the new metal, like the new era, like 9 Inch Nails, and then Tool. Man, they were huge Tool fans, and I didn't get it at first, and then I got it, and I'm like, Tool's amazing. I love Tool.
It's an acquired taste, I find. I've had people try to get me into Tool. I just can't.
Yeah, I get it. You really like, it's for like nerds, music nerds. Same with like Primus. I don't know if you're familiar with them. They do the theme song for South Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love Primus, dude. There's a theme here. I like funky metal. Rage Against the Machine, Primus. Traditional metal, I'm into it, but like I can't really veer too much off. People think I'm some like metalhead that shreds and stuff like that. I'm like, no. I turn on the distortion and I get funky, and people like it.
Have you heard of a band called The Sword, Paul? I think you'd really dig them.
Yes, they opened up for Primus, but I missed them.
Oh, okay, yeah, I've seen them open for Metallica once or twice, and they're very funky, very weed metal, up your alley kind of thing. That's what I call it. I call it the weed metal, and it's all very funky, psychedelic, but it's still heavy. It's a very trippy, unique metal. But metal has 40 plus subgenres. It fucking never ends. So there's metal for everybody, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, man. I really didn't, I didn't really veer too much off into like metal too much. I just stuck with like anything that was funky, and then like early 2000s stuff. I mean, I did get into like Mudvayne, which is more. I mean, they're still funky too, dude. That bass player for Mudvayne, slap at the bass. So yeah, I really was into these heavy, funky bands that just made me bob my head, and just like I was all for it, man. So when I met my buddies, and then I think around I was 10 years old when I met like my buddies from back in the day, and then shortly after that, like 2 years later, we're asking our parents for Christmas for instruments. And we're like, fuck it, let's just start learning some instruments and let's start a band. Screw it. We were loving it so much. So yeah, we did. I wanted to play drums originally, but my parents were like, no, that shit's too loud. My middle brother, because I mentioned I got two older brothers, the middle one bought a guitar like a few years prior, doing the same thing. Like, oh, I'm going to start a band with my buddies. And he gave up pretty quickly. So my parents were like, hey, there's a guitar down there that your brother doesn't play. Go learn that. And I pretty much did. The only thing I was totally self-taught. The only thing my brother showed me was how to read tabs, which is like the idiot's guide to reading notes. Instead of like showing like a symbol and where it's placed, it's just the string and the number fret. And then you have to figure out how to put it together. So
you weren't reading traditional sheet music. You were reading more Okay,
tabs.
that's
Yeah, I still do not know how to officially read music.
You can make it.
I can make it. That's the beauty of music. It's
That's
like,
really
all that matters, though.
Yeah.
What's that, DJ? Sorry.
I said that's really impressive that Paul can do that.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Everything's
Because,
by
like,
ear.
Even for me, like I did band or whatever in high school, but like I was trying to learn music for a while. I learned how to read like traditional sheet music and stuff like that. It's difficult. And the thing is like you can learn all that theory, but when you actually try to play the instrument, it's a whole different story. So like I can play some, but like not to the degree that you guys play music, right? So that's crazy. And it just goes to show you don't have to know all this stuff. It's about what you actually create versus all the technical bullshit and the things that people kind of like wag their finger at, like, oh, you have to know this to be a musician. Like, no, it's about what you create.
Snobs. Yeah, a bunch of music snobs out there. And yeah, hold on, let me finish these fries.
While you're finishing those fries, I've heard you tell the drum story a few times, and what interests me about that is now you're older, since you wanted those drums. Do you think your life would have gone a different way if you got those drums? Have you played drums since? Are you good at them? Do you have like a natural... Are they in there? There's a secret drum
dark.
Stash? What do you have in the dark recesses of your room there?
Is DJ in there?
Run! Oh, there they are.
Drums right there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you can play drums as well. And
I can play everything.
You can play everything. What do you prefer between drums and guitar and everything?
And bass. I love
bass.
the bass.
Yeah.
I love the bass. It's a very underrated instrument. If you suck at it, your band is going to fail. If you're awesome at it, your band's going to do well.
They're like the healer of bands, I find, the bass. It's like you need a good support system, and that's what the bass player is.
Absolutely, and it's that's kind of one of the reasons why I like playing bass, because I come up, actually my guitar, like the guitar riffs that I come up with are just, I'm a rhythm guitarist, so they translate very well to bass. And like Primus being one of my favorite bands, I just like started obsessing over Les Claypool, that's his name, his just the way he writes. He's like so goofy, like I'm like, how does this all go together? But once I started learning how to play some Primus songs on bass, I'm like, oh, this is actually very simple, and just like with some extra like sprinkling on top. I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain it, but
yeah, no,
music,
I get it.
It's crazy. This is for anyone thinking about diving into music and they're intimidated by it because you're like, what do I do? Realize this: there's only 12 notes in music. All of music is only 12 notes, and then there's octaves. So, hold on, let me. Like, if you can see from here to here on the piano, it just repeats 5 times. So once you really know, like, you could literally just one of the songs that that you guys play. I think it's like one of my chill trip hoppy kind of songs. I literally played the whole songs just using black keys. I was just literally going up and down the keyboard, just sticking to the black keys, and it fucking worked. It was amazing.
And those are some of my favorite songs of yours too.
Yeah. All the chill hip hop, trip hop instrumental stuff. It was right after I bought this. I think like in 2020, I bought this, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna play around because notes translate from guitar to bass to this. They all translate pretty much the same. So I can't like go crazy fancy on this thing, but I could like hold things and then kind of I could dick around here, and it works. And as long as
you have
a
good sense of rhythm. You have a really good sense of rhythm. I've noticed that with your music. And I don't want to get the name wrong, but is it Sound on Saturn that you call it?
Sound on Saturn, yes.
Yeah, so there's a lot of music in that that I want to dig into later because I see what you're saying now. Now that you've mentioned it to me, it's almost like behind the veil for me. I'm like, oh yeah, it is only a few notes, but it's so powerful. Like, it's so good for what it is.
Yeah.
So.
What was the song? I forgot what I titled these things. But the one where it's like very like spacey, and then like kind of like a hip hop kind of drums. Fuck, I gotta look it up real quick. But that one, yeah, I literally it has like actual piano like like thing, and I improvised the whole thing. Like I said, just using the black keys, and I'm like, oh shit, this is working fine. And that like whole piano thing, I actually played out myself in one take, just with my.
That was one take?
It was one take. Maybe I went back and like fixed 1 or 2 things, but really most of that thing, were like that piano like little fucking thing going on. Yeah, that was all one take, and like that's like a good chunk of the song before it like just cuts into strings and like kind of chills back out. But yeah, man, music's so simple. It's only 12 notes. Once you realize, each song is basically like I'm picking this, and this note. So even all songs do not utilize all 12 notes, otherwise it would sound like crap. So basically a scale is picking which notes are going to sound good in the song and then rolling with it. And in the lamest terms possible, I like to dumb things down for like the most like to like the tiniest degree to be like, oh, okay, that's simple. Like once I realized, same thing with Tool's like complicated, and like people think, oh my god, well, not complicated. People think of it as complicated because it's all these intricate rhythms and different time changes and all that. But once I like the first time I started smoking the green stuff, I remember sitting listening to a Tool song, and I was like, I know how to play that on bass. And I literally picked up the bass and started playing the riff, and I'm like, I'm right. This is easy. This is like the stuff I make up. And yeah, once you just kind of like put the formulas together, they shouldn't call them scales. They should call them formulas. See,
yeah, I like that.
They shouldn't call. I don't know why they name the notes A, B, B flat. Just go 0 through 11, and then loop back around again. So 0 and 12 would be the same note, but the octave up.
Right.
Anyways, I'm a numbers guy. I am not letters and symbols guy. So once I translated everything to numbers, everything started making way more sense. And I'm like, oh, there's only, like I said, only 12 notes. Anyways, that's the music lesson for today. Where was I with
that was lessons with Paul.
I will second. I will second what Paul's saying though. Like as a metalhead, Scott Ian said that every riff in metal is just a ripoff of something Tony Iommi, who's like the father of metal with Black Sabbath, has made. So it's just like even if you listen to metal, you're listening to Tony Iommi pretty much, because there's so few areas you can go, and it all just descends from him.
I don't know if you've seen. There was this one interview where Tony Iommi, he's not even the originator. He's stealing stuff from orchestra, or orchestral music, classical music.
No, you can trace back metal to the. I can't remember the name of the guy, but it wasn't Beethoven or Mozart, but it was this German composer that was like, I want to make it so that the chandeliers are shaking from the roof. And he pretty much had the equivalent of a double kick pedal, but for an orchestra at the time. So he was the metal of that era. It didn't sound like metal, but it was like that's the caveman metal. That's where the fire originated from. I would love to get the name again, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good you see even though I'm not into all the metals, I like did a deep dive into there's a great documentary called The Evolution of Metal.
Yes.
And it like you saw that?
Yeah,
it was like a 12-part series.
The original one was Metal: A Headbanger's Journey. That's where you start.
Yes.
And then
that's the first one.
Then he made a TV show afterwards called The Evolution of Metal. I highly recommend Metal: A Headbanger's Journey to everybody. It's a great way to understand metal and like where it is and everything. So yeah.
I even recommend the TV series because it goes into each genre, why it blew up, what makes it special, and even like half of those genres I'm like, I don't listen to really them, but I appreciate where they come from. And once you realize like a lot of it just stems back to old orchestral music or even blues. They just certain genre of blues, and then so and jazz and all that. So they just turned that and ramped it up to 11, and that's metal. I forgot where I was going with the metal evolution part. Oh, but man, like so with Tony Iommi, there was specifically what's the riff? Dun, dun,
it was all the Black Sabbath, like the self-titled song from the first album. It's just like everything. Like, you listen to that song and it's like that's metal. That's exactly what metal is. So
for sure. So like it's amazing how really like simplistic music is if you just kind of like. Once you realize the formula, and like I feel like for me the matrix has been lifted and I can now see the code, and I'm like, oh shit, cool, that's awesome. So I like easily could put stuff together. That's why I could quickly put something together, even though like shit like the Engage thing that I did that in 4 hours because I well maybe 5. But, like, I literally just was like, all right, I have an idea, a basic idea of where I want to go, but I had no idea what notes I wanted to use until I picked up the guitar. And then after just, like, a few minutes, I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. This is what we want to do. And then from there, I'm just like, all right, music. It's crazy. How do I explain this? I have, like, almost no control over music. Music, like, flows through me. I know that sounds like the most stoner shit ever. But like, I can't like, I don't know. Like once I pick up the guitar and start like dicking around, even DJ, you know that process where you're like dicking around and all that. Like that process, I like almost have no control over. You know, it's like
interesting.
It's like it's taking over. I'm not even sure what I'm doing. I'm like, okay, let's try this. Oh, let's try this. Let's try this. And fucking eventually, it just kind of like the pieces just fall into place, and you're like. How did I do that? That's crazy. And it's funny when you guys were talking about like, oh, what's your favorite song that you've done? Crazy T, she's in here. Now I can tell my first band names. But when you guys are talking about, oh, what's your favorite song of yours that you've done? My answer, and it's funny, you guys said, oh, it's like a child of yours, each one's special. But I'm like, is it? It's usually the newest one that's the favorite. So to me, honestly. And to me, it's kind of true. We're like, I can't stop listening to the Engage thing that I just did. I'm like, holy shit! That's fucking cool. So like, it seems like my favorite song is always the latest thing that I've recorded and can listen back to over and over. But like, I mean, I look back at a lot of my music and I'm like, man, fucking, that was like 20 years ago. Like, I made that. That's like I said, I feel like I'm removed from myself when the music happens, and then I'm a fan of my own stuff, which is like awesome to say because like most people like hate their stuff, The only reason I'm not so egotistical and like, oh my god, I make such great stuff, because all my friends didn't give a shit that I could make good music. They're like, yeah, Paul, all right, whatever, you made another cool riff, okay, and that humbled me. I'm like, yeah, for real. And like I would like. My very first, all right, let's get into my band. My very first band with my buddies, when we finally learned our instruments, after like a year or two of learning our instruments, we finally, I started writing music and started putting together. And then with learning to play guitar, I also tried to find a a way to record it. So I did the most like bare bones thing I could do was put my little amp next to the monitor of my computer, because on the monitor there was a little microphone on there. So I just kind of aimed my amp at that and would just start recording using just like the regular old school Windows 98 like sound recorder. And like at first I would just like do guitar riffs and just like record the guitar riff and then play it back, and then while that was playing try to figure like a bass line or whatever. It wasn't until a little bit later that I discovered digital workstations, or DAWs as they're called, and the first one I picked up, like, again, I sailed the high seas too back in the day. It's amazing.
Y'all are too honest here.
Dude, I was 13, 14 years old. You tell a 13, 14-year-old, actually probably they would be able to figure it out, but most kids are like dumb these days, and you tell them, hey, go pirate something off the internet, they'd be like, okay.
They're gonna cut off their leg and buy a pirate hat.
Exactly. Yeah.
Parrot.
So, right, they'll go buy a parrot, stand on the edge of the sea, and throw the parrot in there. But yeah, so wait, where?
Paul, I want to rewind to something you said, because I don't want to lose this part of it. You mentioned how like the music flows through you, and it might sound crazy to some people, but if you haven't checked out Paul's channel, which you should, we had it in the intro, of course, have the links around as well, and we'll let them show at the end too. But if you haven't checked out Paul's channel, he does jam sessions, but I've also witnessed him do like requests live. And so you did the Devil Made Me Do It's Get Ranked intro live. You were making it. And I witnessed that. I saw you just started playing, and it became this beautiful thing. And now I can't get that song out of my head sometimes. Like when I hear it on Get Ranked, I'm like, oh man, this is stuck in my head again. Because it's just, there's something about your creative process where you just start hitting a few notes, and all of a sudden it blends into something. You're like, oh, maybe I'll add something here. But it almost, like, I've seen you do game streams. I've seen you, be on streams with us like this. I've seen that. I've seen your jam sessions with your band. But watching you creatively build that song, I was like it's taking over for him. So I know exactly what you're saying. I think people should watch that video.
I need to do more streams like that. That's like the least thing I do. I want to play video games the most. I honestly need to prioritize my stuff, like what I'm doing, because I probably would be more successful. But all I want to do is play video games, and so that's why I end up always streaming video games. But yeah, no, I wish I streamed trying to make that Engage, the track for Engage, because that was like the same thing, I was just like, all right, start hitting a few notes, all right, we're going off. And yeah, thanks, Kay, I appreciate those kind words. I'm gonna do more production streams.
You really should. It was like, that's probably my favorite stream that you do. Like, I like watching all your stuff, but watching you try to create something from scratch is probably the coolest thing ever. And that's where, like, you have my attention from start to finish. And that was like a few hours. And I stopped everything I was doing. Usually I put on like some people's streams and I'll be working on stuff for our channel or whatever. That one, I just stopped what I was doing. I was like, what is going on with this man right now? What is he making? And how is this like so good? So give yourself more credit for that stuff and do more of it, because it's a really cool process to watch. Very unique too.
I appreciate that. Hell yeah, thank you.
I love that one too. Your production stream, and I also like your band streams too when you're hanging out with Sam and Justin.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I'm so happy we're doing that too. I think Sam is just getting over the Rona. He just got it, and he was on vacation, so we haven't jammed for like a month. But yeah, check out my channel. We'll be the jam spot coming back soon.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, I love those guys. Those guys are actually the friends of my Mexican friend's younger brother. So he has a younger brother that's like 5 years younger than him, and Justin and Sam are friends with him, and they used to watch me play in my old band. And they're like, oh my God, you guys. And then when they grew up, they started playing music and started their own band. And actually, Sam's brother, his name's Danny. He is a fucking dad, dude. Can put me to shame when it comes to playing the instruments. Like, and he's also a really good songwriter and singer. There was a lot of talented people around me, so that's why I'm like very humbled as well, because I'm like, sure, what I do is cool. People like, right on. I appreciate it. You guys are really enjoying my stuff. But man, just people I know would put me to shame with like, like he shreds on guitar, he kills on the drums, and yeah, man, it's awesome to like this little corner of Chicago, man. Like the guy, the art right here. I went to high school with this guy, this artist. Like ton of very creative people in my high school and growing up, just like really cool to be around, yeah.
And it helps create better art for everyone when you're surrounded by people that continue to create that stuff. I've even seen, like, with you and DJ, I know you work on very different stuff, but I even feel the two of you sticking together, sometimes you might inspire each other too. So it's very good to surround yourself with a lot of artists, whether it's, creative art like drawing or whatever, or music, anything. To surround yourself with people that are talented too, right?
Yeah.
I want to hear about the first band that you were in. And then I want to hear about your progress through that up until Spazer, because I'm really curious about some stuff there.
Right on. So yeah, so shortly after we all got our instruments and started like learning and making songs and all that, we created our first band, which the name of it, it's a venereal disease called chlamydia.
Or let me pull that up real quick on stream here.
What happens if I search chlamydia?
Yeah, so chlamydia. And I always, Crazy T always comes into my chat and is like, chlamydia, but she always spells it wrong because I've had to spell it a million fucking times. So I have OCD every time she spells chlamydia wrong. No, yeah. So yeah, we did that. There is, man, I gotta pull out pictures. There's pictures
of chlamydia.
I gotta show you pictures of chlamydia.
Please don't.
There's pictures of me, my Polish buddy, my Mexican buddy. Polish buddy's name's Norbert. Mexican buddy's name is Estevan. And then we had one other buddy that we were friends with, and he played drums. And we called ourselves Chlamydia. And there's pictures of us four playing in front of people with a hand markered banner. Says chlamydia. It's stuck on this very wall because I'm in my childhood house, so we did a lot of. This basement is legendary for a lot of the music I created, and yeah, on this very wall, just a giant chlamydia sign, and also we played in Battle of the Bands later as chlamydia with a different drummer. This was later down, and we added a second guitarist when we got into high school and met some people. And then, and then we did a show in Milwaukee. I was a rambunctious little 16-year-old
with chlamydia.
Somehow managed to book a school bus to take a bunch of kids with banners that say chlamydia and a bunch of drums and musical gear all the way from Chicago to Milwaukee, play a show. Actually, I think Hatebreed and Soulfly were playing.
What?
We were playing in a place. Yeah, we were playing at the Rave, which is like 3 different venues in one place.
That's
so where
crazy.
we played kind of like an offside stage by the bar, kind of like locals play there. But the main band was playing, and it was Soulfly and fucking Hatebreed. And I remember during one of their while we were playing, whatever band in the main room was finishing up. And we drew a huge crowd, man, and it was crazy, man. It was great. We had CDs that said chlamydia all over it. Fucking it, and yeah, there's also a picture of all of us standing in front of a school bus, like yeah, with chlamydia right behind us. As we were driving in the school bus to Milwaukee, we took those science project school boards, where you like fold it open.
Oh yeah, the threefold, the classic. Threefold. Yeah.
We took that and just, I think we just hand drew, the words like a chlamydia banner on there, had it facing outwards so that other drivers could see that this school bus is driving a people full of chlamydia.
Oh my god.
People must have been like, "Oh my god, that's an STD bus. Stay away."
You know, Paul, you
My
started something because I just typed into I typed into Google chlamydia, and I don't recommend that. But next, I typed in chlamydia band, and there is so many bands that are now named chlamydia. But you were the OG, so yeah, I need to find.
We're the OGs.
Where's Paul's chlamydia? I need to see a photo of Paul's, not all these random women.
And what, this would have been like 15, 20 years ago or something?
Yeah.
This would have been more. This would have been early.
These girls are too young to get Paul's chlamydia, so it's not.
This was like either around 2003. I think it was around 2003 when
It's
we
20
were.
years ago, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah. 20 year. Ooh, yeah, it is 2023. 20-year anniversary of chlamydia, guys.
20
Happy
years of
20-year
chlamydia.
anniversary, chlamydia.
I just saw a real photo of chlamydia. I typed in
And
band.
That what happened right there. I don't know if James is above me or not. It's probably different.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
above
shit,
you.
Fly.
For me, anyways.
That is the reason why we changed our band name. We finally Googled what the fuck chlamydia was. We're like, oh.
Wait, you didn't know what the word was before you made the band name? You just made a name?
We
Was
knew
this-
it was a disease. And we're like, yeah,
Yeah.
we need a disease because we're going to infect people with our music. You know, that was our mentality. 2003. Think of the internet back then. Not all of it. Some of our buddies just got dial-up. And we're like, oh, okay, let's finally Google what this is. And we're like, oh, you know. A, we're like, oh, gross. And B, we're like, we've been saying this for fucking 3 years or whatever. Because at this point, we've already been jamming for like a couple of years. And what a band name.
Paul,
But I
have
do
you
not.
seen Waiting? Have you seen the movie Waiting?
That is the reason. That movie is the reason why I'm like, oh, okay, it's all okay. It's okay. I do not, because we did that first, and then that movie came out very shortly after.
Yeah.
And it was like,
Chlamydia. I'm gonna
oh.
name my daughter Chlamydia.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly. And it's funny because we changed our name. We changed our name before that movie came out. But when it came out, I was like, should we go back to chlamydia? That wasn't too bad.
I was gonna ask what you changed the name of the band to.
We changed it to something very similar and something very like today. I'd like to use this name, Kill Media.
Ooh, I like that.
I like that.
Kill Media.
Yeah. So if you look up Kill Media, you probably will find some YouTube videos of me and my old band just acting the fool. Yeah. And you'll also probably find some videos without me because I left shortly after like 2009, I believe. So I mean we're friends for a long time. We're jamming all that. But around 2009, I left. Just because, like, my bandmates, like, my buddies were, like, more into, you know, we're all growing up. We're now about to be 20. Everybody wanted to party more. I feel like nobody was really taking it serious. I was taking all the work on. And I took the load from all my bandmates. And,
What?
DJ X is giggling. DJ X is giggling.
I'm
so
still
I'm
looking
gonna be
at
trying to
what
go
the
game
stream
your-
can
game.
see.
There's nothing,
Go
there's
Go look at
nothing
what the stream
different.
can see, Paul.
Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking about something from earlier. Just keep going, Paul. Don't worry.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, I jammed with them. Yeah, from like 2001, 2000. Oh no, wait. Yeah. I was like in 8th grade. I was leaving 8th grade right when I started the band, and I remember I suddenly became cool just as I was leaving grammar school. Like, oh, Paul plays in a band. Like, I was like I was the tallest kid, but I was also the quietest kid. So like, I didn't really hang out with anyone except my buddies Norbert and Stev, and everybody else just like, oh, the weirdo, tall, quiet Polish kid, Paul, whatever. And then like the last year, 8th grade, I suddenly have like spiky hair and I play guitar. And like, oh shit, Paul's in a band. And then I went to high school, and everybody played in a band, so I wasn't special anymore. But yeah, I played with my buddies for till like about 2009. We put out one CD that we like I self-recorded it. I was interning I did an internship / mentorship at a actual recording studio through this like cool internet thing, internet like online school almost, called the Recording Connection. And what that did was you basically pay like whatever to like a year or whatever to not tuition, but whatever the name of paying for school is.
Burning money.
What it does. Yeah.
Yes, just light it on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But no, this one was cool because this program wasn't like a typical college. You know, it wasn't like, oh, go to whatever university and sit in class and learn recording that way. This was, hey, we hooked up with local studios in your area where you get to go in, sit on sessions, make coffee, whatever. You know, I'm basically an intern there. But at the same time, the engineers and whatever will have a teacher's book, and I get sent a student's book. So like I still was doing homework as I was going to this actual studio that was recording gospel music, and I actually even not met face to face, but she did a in studio rehearsal, which I was in the mixing room. Xena, Warrior Princess.
Oh shit.
Oh, wow.
And her daughter were in the studio rehearsing. She was touring, doing a band, and I was in the engineer room, like fucking, you know, recording the rehearsal. So I never shook her hand or met her, but I just, you know, saw her from, you know, through the studio thing.
Damn. Yeah, I was just about to ask if you ever met Lucy Lawless while you were there, but that's pretty cool that you were in the same building.
Yeah. She came to our studio, this little rinky-dink studio in the south side of Chicago. Very hood. So it's very surprising she went to that neighborhood.
A very random place to be.
Yeah. So she needed a place to rehearse and record the rehearsal. And I mean, what was great is, I mean, it must mean a lot that Lucy Lawless would come to the hood because the guy that was my mentor, his name was Jerry Johnson, and he was an awesome dude. He was a cool, chill dude. He said he's worked on multiple Michael Jackson albums. Wow. I think he's even shredded some of the solos in a Michael Jackson song. Maybe him, but yeah, he was a very cool mentor, and he taught me a lot. Very cool dude. Now he just plays jazz and tours and stuff like that. But man, what a great guitar player. One of my tracks actually has him shredding at the end of the song. And I need to upload some of my older tracks that I recorded, because I have a ton of just music that I just, music, like I said, just flows through me when I'm inspired. Luckily, I have the ability to track, everything thanks to modern technology, and I'm able to make studio quality music in the comfort of my basement, and I lost my train of thought.
You need to put out the rest of your music. That's what I want you to do.
That's what it was. Yeah, so I need to put out the rest of the music, and yeah, I gotta show you guys the track that I did and then at the end you hear him shredding, and it's like, holy fuck, this dude was good. Holy shit. Yeah. So shout out to Jerry Johnson. He was a really awesome mentor, and yeah, and that was around the time, and in that studio is where we actually recorded just the drums for my band's demo. So what we did was like, all right, we bring the drums in, we'll track the drums, because at the time I didn't really have a good way to track drums and make them sound good, except through. That's the shitty thing about drums, and that's why I love this electronic drum set. With drums, the acoustic drums, you need to be in the right room, in the right spot, in the right room, with the right soundproofing. Like, drums are a fickle bitch to record. Good drums. There's a great Dave Grohl Sound City documentary where they talk about this specific studio that tons of albums were made. I forgot. Oh yeah, it was called, the studio was called, I think, Sound City or some shit like that. I don't know, but tons of great. And the one thing that everybody loved about this studio was how great the drum tracks always came out of this studio. So like a bunch of Nirvana albums were done there, and like everyone was like, dude, this spot in this room specifically, fucking amazing to track drums. So drums are a bitch to drums to record, and that's why I love an electronic set. You could just plug that motherfucker right into the computer and tweak each little thing. But when I was interning at that studio is where we recorded my band's like 9-track album that we did, and we recorded the drums there, and then I brought the rest back home and did the guitar, vocals, bass, everything from home. And we called our Kill Media, the very first album we did, we called it Turn Off the Safety. We were a bunch of fucking
Good name.
angry little kids. I still have that album. I should upload it somewhere. You know, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Just off the title, it sounds very Rage Against the Machine, like old school Rage Against the
Right,
Machine.
Kill
Yeah.
Media. But that's the thing that made me mad about this band is like we're not very we're kids. We're not very intelligent. None of us were good wordsmiths. We weren't really, you know, a lot of our songs were just like teenage angst music, which like we really fucked that one because how do you have a name like Kill Media and we're not talking like politics or like, you know, fucked up shit going on in the world. We were just like, my mom made me mad and blah, blah, blah.
You really wanted to kill SpongeBob because he was part of the
Exactly.
media. I think I'm getting a call from the FBI just for typing in to Google "kill media, turn off the safety." So I couldn't find your album cover or anything, but yeah, I am hearing the FBI banging on my door louder than anyone ever has.
Oh,
But I love
before
it.
we
That
move on to
sounds
your
like a
next
band I
band-
would listen to, so I want to hear that.
I would have listened. Yeah, exactly. I feel like because James and I will pick up random music, and I feel like if I saw that title, like Kill Media,
I found
would
it.
listen to it.
It's
Oh,
it's on a
nice.
it's on a fucking Russian website.
What?
Dude, Russians, dude, yeah, when we put out this stuff, fucking, I would get like, cause whatever website we were hosting at the time, I'm gonna send you it's on Discogs? What the fuck? Russian version of Discogs. What the hell? Hold on, I'm gonna send you right now the link. Holy shit, this is amazing. Where's the chat?
Where are you sending it?
The video chat, or the right here.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me.
Dude, yeah, that's the album cover. I don't think the music's on there. Holy shit, fucking Russians. We got all the songs. Rip It Up, Speak, Turn Off the Safety, Without Thoughts, Fail,
What?
My Hell. Dude. Oh shit, there's even videos over here. What the fuck? Russians preserving Kill Media. It's hilarious.
I am bringing it up as we speak. Let us see here. Boom. Do I want to translate from Russian? Nah. Let's get the source.
Leave it in Russian.
Let's get the source. There it is, chat. Play this and have the FBI knock on your door too. Why am I getting a GoDaddy see why Canadians love us ad on a Russian website that says kill media? This is probably the worst idea we've ever had, but I'm all in now. Yes, I'll
It's
accept all
simultaneously-
cookies.
It's simultaneously the worst and best idea you've ever had.
Right, that's my specialty.
Before we move on to the next band that Paul was a part of, I want to catch up with chat because they've been quite active in YouTube. So let's hear what they have to say, and then I want to hear about what I think your next band might be, but I'll hear it from you yourself.
All
So
right,
James,
I'll have
if
to
you want to
think
read
about
the
it.
chat.
Let me take away and see what chat is doing. How's it going, everybody? Over on Twitch, we have Kurzna709 saying, do you guys want to listen to my new EP that I released a few days back? Maybe. I don't know. Send it to me. Maybe you're gonna make those sweet tunes. Hey, you want to listen to some tunes? And we got JF Raptor Fan 1983 in Twitch chat saying hello, and also is saying Paul had chlamydia, and I don't even think they're joking because I was flashing on screen that Paul saying that chlamydia wasn't that bad. So sorry about that, Paul. And then where do we leave?
Shit, I just realized is Extra Zero in the chat. I hope you didn't catch
He
any of it.
was. Well, we'll let him know later on. And then YouTube has been popping off as always. Let's see. I think the last thing I read was Jason commenting on your Culvers. And then, I read the Harvey thing. Where the fuck did I leave off? Let's keep it going. Static 2020 is in there. Hey, yo, how's it going, Static? And Angry Canadian says, dude, I can totally use music, haha, from both of you guys. I checked both your works, and they are all great. See? We love these people.
Let's
Static says, Boofu. I don't know what that means, but it sounds sexy. Is Boofu, you know what? Me and Steve, we might have to go on a Boofu date sometime. Let Steve know over on there. Steve. Angry Canadian says, got a jet. I'll check the stream out later. Well, thank you for hanging out, Angry Canadian. And Static 2020 says, so he has some choice words for Rage Against the Machine. Same. And Dude1286 is complimenting Dave Mustaine. I unironically love Dave Mustaine. Gino says tabs are much easier. How's it going, Gino? Static says majority of guitarists can't read sheet music, and according to DJ Axis, the majority of singers just can't read, period. Kendon Bronner says I can read sheet music but have no idea how to use that to play guitar, only for singing. And we got Jazzy Panda in the chat saying, respect that bass. Jazzy Panda says, how's it going? The one and only DJ Todd Howard. And we got Crazy T. Crazy T is popping off with everybody, and Jason's popping off. And Jazzy Panda says, I love it when we get to know the musicians. So far, enjoying this stream. That was the whole point, and we're glad you're having a good time. Crazy T says, would that band name be Chlamydia? Yes, it would. And Dude1286 says, hey, Paul, doing what Dan won't with that Peaches cover. That's right, and that is a beautiful Peaches cover. In my opinion, the best Peaches cover. Jason says, I don't think I ever asked you, Paul, but what was the biggest venue you played at in Chicago?
That's a good question. I know the biggest venue probably was the Milwaukee one. Unfortunately, my buddies played in a couple, they played House of Blues and all that, but after I left the band. But they were still playing my music. No, I'm joking.
Those bitches.
You were there in spirit, pretty much.
I was there in spirit. No, yeah. I always give them shit because I told them, like, all right, I'm leaving the band. You guys could play these same songs, whatever. But I wouldn't let them forget or let people forget. I'm like, don't forget who fucking wrote those songs. So I was kind of a dick. They hated that.
Get those royalties.
Hell yeah. But I don't think we really. By the time we were playing, like we only did like bars, like, you know, like bars that had, like, you know, decent sound, decent stages. I don't think we'd played anything too big or too crazy with that band. Was that specifically for that band? Because now I just remembered.
It was like you in general, but in Chicago.
Yeah, just your performances ever.
Yeah, we're all about you, baby.
And you're welcome to jump ahead. I'm doing this like by your bands, but
right, yeah. Because I'm even forgetting. I'm like, oh yeah, I had other bands that we played other shows. I played the Cubby Bear, which is kind of a big spot. It's right across the street from the Cubs stadium.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the Chicago Cubs. Yeah, baseball. For those that are, you know, stupid to sports like me, I don't fucking. When you guys start stalking sports, I'm like, who are all these dang? I only paid attention to basketball and maybe not even pay attention. Only when Chicago was important. That's when in basketball. That's when I'm paying attention. And I can't stand sports that are like start and stop. Football, baseball, a lot of just stoppages and.
The NFL is the best turn-based strategy game ever, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
It's the most boring. You know, there's only 15 minutes in a 3-hour game. Are you kidding me?
I come off like I hate sports in Canada because I don't care about hockey. And so, but I like football mainly because I'm an American at heart, and it's the most goddamn American thing on this beautiful blue earth. So that's a lot of my love for football is just how fucking American it is.
America.
Fuck
and
yeah.
They just decided to say we're changing football to football. Fuck your. We're changing football to soccer.
Exactly.
Screw your game.
Jason also says early internet when you look up blue waffle and you actually saw a waffle that was color blue. Really? Should I check that right now? Right next to the Russian kill the media page. I'll just look up blue waffle. Dude1286 says my band name in the Rock Band video game was Half Dead Zombie. That's actually a good fucking name. You should make that a real band. And dude says Half Dead Zombies. And we got Kendon saying I've really wanted to learn more about music theory, just don't know where to start. I was given I don't know how to say this word, maybe one of you
Ibanez.
Thank you. Ibanez Gibson lawsuit guitar, but it was one of the really rare ones. Haven't seen it for sale at all. And Kendon says I got my daughter a free kid drum set for her when she gets older. That is awesome. Want her to pick up an instrument early. That is a great idea, Kendon. That is freaking awesome. And Jason says Sound City is a legendary studio. Everybody loves that place. And just as Jason represented with great questions involving blue waffles, if you guys have any questions for DJ Axis or Paul Hadouken, drop them in the chat and we'll eventually read them to them and get their takes on everything. And it doesn't have to be blue waffle related, but it can be. It can be.
What's your favorite blue waffle? That's.
I would talk about it, but I'd have to pick shards of glass out of my teeth for days. I don't want to do that.
Paul, next band.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I was gonna
Before
say.
that, go ahead. What were you saying?
Oh, you know what? I was gonna because back to the biggest venue I played. I was just realizing that wasn't that big of a venue. It was just a big not even that big of an artist. I'll get to it when I start talking about that band. But after I stopped playing with my buddies in Kill Media, I did a few bands here and there. Mainly just like usually I actually joined other people's band with my buddy Norbert, who was a bass player. So they would usually get a guitarist and a bass player. Like I did it, I think like two times or something with a couple buddies. But the band specifically after that I started, or not started, but I joined with my buddy Norbert. Was this like I don't know? They're kind of like same kind of style, not so heavy, a little more poppy. They had a girl singer, and the bassist and guitarist had just left. So then me and my buddy Norbert were like, oh screw it, we'll join the band. And I came in as like the drummer loved like all the stuff that he's like, dude, I love what you do in Kill Media. Like, let's make music like that. I'd like to make something heavier. Kind of do more of a not Evanescence. That's what they were originally kind of trying to sound like, was like a little Evanescence and stuff like that. But then I came in and somehow I turned it into like Tool with a female singer or something like that. And
that's cool.
The drummer was loving every bit of it, but the singer, the chick, was hating it because apparently we were bumping heads, but it was more like, I'm just telling you what to do. No, but
by force, this is how it's gonna be.
But no, like I would just come up with ideas, like she was slow at writing vocals and all that, and I'd be like, oh, here, I got some vocals already. We could sit down and I could teach you how to, how I want it sung. She didn't like that. She did not like that. But that was the band I played at the Cubby Bear with, for I think the first time. And yeah, we were in that band for just a little bit until she was like, yeah, we're deciding not to do this anymore. Which is basically, yeah, she was just like, I don't like listening to you anymore. Because the drummer was also simping for the chick. So that's why it ended. Because the dude genuinely was loving everything I was doing. But the chick wasn't having it, and he was a simp.
It's kind of a shame because this concept sounds pretty good, actually.
Right, and we actually opened
female
up
vocals, Tool, like that's actually a good combo.
I know,
that
right?
sounds like money to me.
It did. Yeah. It was, and dude, just the fact that a female singer brings an audience, just because dudes are dudes and like, oh yeah, hot chick singing. And when I joined the band, the can't confirm. But when I joined the band, the music actually got interesting and like, what the fuck are they doing? And we actually like made some really cool fucking shit. We actually opened up for I don't know if you're familiar with the band Orgy.
I'm familiar with Orgy. What is this about, a band?
Yes. No, they did a cover of Blue Monday. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day.
Oh, I was literally just working out to that the other day. Actually,
Blue Monday
Orgy.
Cover?
Yeah, no, Blue Monday
yeah.
Orgy. I was actually that.
Or
was,
Orgy by Blue Monday.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know much except for that song, but I was literally listening to that the other day.
Yeah, they were friends with Korn. They toured with Korn and Limp Bizkit a lot. Yeah. Jason. Yeah, I got to open up for Orgy, but this was like
that's insane.
When they were trying to make a comeback, so they really weren't relevant at this point, But it was still really cool. I got to, after we played, get off stage and fucking watch a badass show. So it was really cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, that band didn't last too long. And then shortly after that, not shortly after that. For a while, I didn't do a band. And then I actually started a band, which I don't think I've talked about yet. I actually played in an actual band with Justin and Sam before, with Sam's brother, who I was mentioning is a sick guitar player and drummer and all that. We did a band called the Glass Armada.
That's a
and it was
sweet
cool.
name.
That's a cool fucking name.
And
Holy
basically,
shit.
this was me not taking the lead for once. I was just there to add flavor to whatever Danny was doing, because Danny's a fucking genius. The only problem was Danny wouldn't write lyrics. He would make them up on the spot, kind of like. So we did a couple shows, and this dude didn't like. He had like a general idea of what the lyrics were, but they would change every time. The rhythm kind of would stay the same, but he would just kind of change up the words all the time. And I'm like, dude, just write some fucking lyrics already. And also, what sucked was that he had another band, which he to this day actually plays with still. It sucks because he was playing with us and with this other band, this emo band called Alive Alone. They still play together. He's currently drumming for them, and we're like, really, dude? You're gonna go play with them? And he was like dropping all like he wasn't. He was calling off practice rehearsals to go jam with them. He had shows with them, but wasn't booking shows with us. And then eventually, I got to the point where I'm like, hey, would it be cool if we just played these? Like, we know you're playing a show this day, but we also want to do a show because there's another show that we could book as the Glass Armada. If you want to go play with Alive Alone, would you be cool if me, doing a 3-piece version of the Glass Armada? He lost it. He's like, nope, not cool, and we're done. Even just bringing it up pissed him off. And we were in the process of like recording music. Like we had like a song or two like starting to be recorded for this, and he said he got pissed off after we asked, and he's like, delete the music we were recording. I can't believe you guys would do that. And I said, since I was the producer, I'm recording, I was the guy recording everything. He said delete it. I said fuck you, I deleted it. And I'm like, fine, we're done. That pissed me off. I'm like, you're gonna go play with your emo band and leave us on the wayside while we are hungry to fucking jam. And he whatever. Luckily, we're all cool now. It's Sam's brother, so obviously he can't. We can't. Nothing too serious, but yeah, we just that kind of sucked because it was a really cool project. Danny's a good songwriter. It didn't sound like anything that I do now. It sounded very. I don't know if you're familiar with the band Mars Volta, or at the.
So.
I've heard the name, but I don't know.
They're very progressive, like a progressive, like not rock, but like man, I don't even know how to put them. I always compare Coheed and Cambrian to trying to sound like not at the drive-in. At the drive-in is his first band, but the Mars Volta. Very high-pitched singer, very like trippy, progressive, fast fucking. I'd very highly recommend the Mars Volta. I love that fucking band. They're so fucking. The first 2 albums, fucking masterpieces. Getting dry throat here.
We're making you talk a lot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What are you, a singer or something? You talking so much?
Well, that's funny. That's because eventually I did have to become a singer. I was just a guitarist, backup singer for forever, and then that's when I eventually started the Elevator. I actually started the Elevator Incident before I think I did the Glass Armada. So the Elevator Incident is like 10 years old. This was the Elevator Incident is what I did right after I left Kill Media, and I did it with my buddy Norbert, who's in my old Polish buddy, bass player, and the current drummer of Kill Media at the time. So they got a new drummer at the time, and for a while, like I didn't speak to them for a couple of years, but then I came back and started hanging out with them. And at that point, they had changed the drummer because the drummer went crazy. Holy shit, man! There's my old Kill Media drummer. I don't even want to. I'll tell you guys off stream sometime.
Sounds good.
He's basically in jail for some fucked up shit. Yeah.
Jeez.
He's gonna make such good music when he gets out, though.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So when after I left the Kill Media, my buddies kind of like cold shouldered me because they didn't take it so well or whatever. Well, but after a few years, we made up. We started hanging out again, and they got a new drummer. And then that drummer and Norbert and I started. I started the Elevator Incident, but basically it was like, hey, you guys want to jam with me? I'm starting to write music again. And that was the first thing I did. I think 2009 is when I left Kill Media, so like around 2012 or something, maybe. Or maybe 2011. I think around 2011 is when I did the original the Elevator Incident band. with that name and all that. And even to this day, one of the songs that we play when I play with my buddies, the song "Growing" is actually an old song that I wrote back, way back in the day, and I still play to this day. I really like that song, so it makes me mad when like old songs I wrote just are sitting there. I'm like, dude, if I could release this would fucking be a hit. This is, so like that's why I'm glad I'm doing the elevator incident again, but now with Justin and Sam, and they fit in well. Like they're not amateurs at their instrument, but like they're like the next step above. They've been working at it for a while. Justin originally, I think, was trying to play drums or not drums. He was trying to play guitar and bass, I think. So he only started picking up the drums like I don't even know how, like a couple years before we started the Glass Armada, I think. Damn, I'm gonna need to find some water or something.
You can take a break if you want to clear your throat.
Take a break. We
and,
can read chat.
I can read chat for a bit. Rest your throat. You're sounding like a singer or something.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys.
All right, let's see. Where did we leave off with chat here? Jason was blown away that Paul opened for Orgy. Anytime Paul and Orgy are in the same sentence, I'm blown away as well. I'm usually involved and blown away. Jazzy Panda's giving the side eye to that one. Dude1286 says, I'm sensing a pattern with singers. Oh, really? What would that be? What would that be? I have no idea. By the way, I went to school for singing, so yes, I do hate myself. What else do we got going on here? DJ Axis in the chat, who's also here, says singers are almost always like this too. Can confirm. And Jason says, don't talk bad about Coheed, lol. He said that lol at the end, but you could feel the anger behind that statement, I really think.
I love Coheed, whatever. I'm with you. Coheed's great.
They were one of my friends in high school. That was his favorite band, was Coheed and Cambria. I like some of their songs, but no, they're good. They're good. Let me dig while Paul's away. I had some fucking questions. Let me see here. I've got some things we can bring DJ back in.
Here's the thing too. I have a whole list of video game related topics.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're going to probably go for another, I would say 45 minutes. So we'll probably end up going through Paul's journey up to Spazer and hearing about, his kind of entry into the Screw Attack community, and also because he listened to DJ when he was making his music. So I wanted to kind of hear about that too. I do have some basic video game questions. If everyone is enjoying this conversation, I might even suggest a part 2 eventually.
I was just gonna say that.
The ride never ends.
I would love input from chat just to hear what you think of the stream so far. If you want a part 2, my idea with this was to do 50% kind of more interview style so we can understand the history of DJ Axis and Paul Hadouken, where their roots for music came from, what inspired them to start making music, stuff like that. And then the other half, I wanted to get into favorite video game soundtracks, like inspiration around that. I have tons of questions around video games and the music industry and how they tie together, the state of it right now. So if you want a part 2 where I specifically dive into video game music topics, we can do that as well, and ride out the last half of this with hearing about where Paul has been with his music and maybe like one question about general video game music. So let me know, guys, what you think. I personally think this has been a pretty big conversation. I would love to do part 2, because part of this for me was like, let's hear, people who are really passionate about video game music talk about video game music. Mm-hmm. So that is definitely something I want to do, but we'll keep chatting with Paul around his history. And if we have time, we can probably fit in one of my topics.
Right on. I'm almost done with my history though. Where we were, now
Elevator Incident, right?
Elevator Incident's my current band with my buddies. But before we did the elevator incident, this is DJ's favorite part.
Hell yeah!
Me, Justin, and Sam did a comedy rap group called the Danga Bangs.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I showed a little bit of it. I don't know why I keep this so quiet. I need to jump right now into the Legion of Memers Discord and drop all of our music videos.
Is it
It'd be like,
is it Slip and Slide? That's it, right?
that's one of them, and the other one's called BDB Coming.
Oh.
And then there's another one we did
God.
with the cousin of the guy that shot Slip Inside, but he made it into this like horror art project. You guys might appreciate it, but it dragged a little bit. It's pretty funny. I liked it a lot.
It gave me like early 2000s energy when I watched them. I sat through whatever ones I could find from that band because you did a stream where you were showing stuff from like way back. You were showing like random videos of you with people like 15 years ago and stuff. And you showed some, and I even mentioned to James, I'm like, this is really good stuff. It's really creative, and it reminds me of that like edginess in the early 2000s. And, like, I imagine that being alongside, like, Limp Bizkit and all that kind of stuff. Quite honestly, like, it's really good.
For sure, yeah. And, yeah. So, when we did Badanga Bangs, that was quite fun. It was, like, around 2006, I think, or 2005 was when we were... 2015, sorry. Around 2015, I think, is when we recorded the album. We just... Justin and Sam had done Badanga Bangs with their current roommate before, and then he decided to stop it, and I'm like, all right, I'll jump in, I'm down to make some beats and joke around with you guys, and yeah, that was a lot of fun. So me, Justin, and Sam have a bit of a history there. That's what, again, I'm so glad I'm jamming with these guys because yeah, like I said, they watched me grow up jamming, then we played in a band, then we did this dumb little joke group, and now we're just hanging out making music, and it's very cool. I'm very excited and happy to jam with these guys and start making music again. And yeah, man, I'm gonna really hunker down and like make 10 to 12 songs and finally put out an official Elevator Incident album on Spotify and everywhere you could. That's gonna happen real soon, I promise. I gotta do it.
You owe it to yourself.
Yes, it drives me mad that I've made all this music, but it's not on any like major platforms. I haven't like officially like made a whatever it is like an official like Bong or my alter ego is Bong Waters or DJ Dr. Bong Waters, and for a long time I called my music production Bong Water Studios or whatever. So, but
gotta bring the Bong Water Studios in. They gotta make music.
Yep. So I will hopefully do a Elevator Incident album soon, and then after that, I think me and Justin and Sam got to make a Badanga Bangs too. But they want to make a trap album, like make it sound like modern rap, and I hate modern rap. So
yeah, I don't like modern rap either.
I think Justin.
There's an audience. Like there's an audience for it, but
yeah.
it's I don't know. Maybe we're just getting old, but it's like come on.
What's funny is the music is so amateur in trap rap current rap music that I was like, oh, if you guys want to do that, then I think Justin's gonna have to make the beats because I'm too experienced to make garbage. So
you gotta follow what your heart tells you, Paul.
Yeah,
if you need to make more creative music, do it.
Hell yeah! But I'm still down to I'm down to do whatever, like even if it's something that I'm not like too like like the trap idea. I'm originally like usually I'd be like no like I would be very against it, but now I'm like I'll make whatever. I don't care, it's more of a like I actually like the challenge. Like if someone was like, hey Paul, make a gospel song, I'd be like, ooh, good one. I gotta try that, So I'm up for the challenge.
You just set yourself up for one now.
Yeah, that's next stream. Paul makes a gospel stream. Hell yeah. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah. But no, yeah. What you were saying about me taking requests and all. That's a recent thing. I really didn't like take requests until really I just hit up the Legion and was like, hey, you guys need some music? Because yeah, I really never did that before. I'm kind of mad I haven't. It seems like a good idea. Well, you know what? All of us right now, if anyone has streamed, you know that someone at one point has jumped in your chat and was like, hey, do you need a graphic designer? I could definitely hit you up on Discord.
Never happened.
Never has happened.
No,
right?
we've never seen that before. What are you talking about?
So it's kind of like that same feeling where I'm like, hey, you need some music for fucking. So I don't want to come off that way, but I'm glad that the Legion, and the Legion was like, yeah, sure, we're down to we really need original music for our memes. And then they heard it and they're like, hey, this is actually cool. Can we commission something? And Kenzo fucking was like, I need that Street Fighter thing, and he fucking now Kenzo's like my biggest fan. And Devil too, he's the fucking I dragged on that Star Trek thing months. I was like, oh yeah, I'll work on it, and I just so busy, and I felt so bad. They did 3 or 4 episodes. It was like a month. I'm like, fuck, man, I gotta really do this finally, and I finally sat down literally the night before, or this Saturday. I'm like, all right, I'm fucking finally doing it, and luckily it didn't take too long to whip it up, but yeah, I like the whole commission thing and kind of trying to speed run it. I don't know why I'm not trying to just rush it, but if I can speed run it and kind of test myself, how quickly can I do this without losing quality? That's the main thing. Is I don't want to just shit something out just because I shit it out fast. Sorry, I heard myself say that.
Is that another on-screen text we got on there?
I think we're gonna have to put that on screen. A little quote there.
I'm gonna shit myself. What?
It's interesting to hear the and I still want to get into Spazer, but I'm just gonna get on this topic
totally
first.
Forgot about that. Yeah.
DJ talks about his process, and he talks about these, he's in the studio for 9+ hours, and that's just building the song. And then there's this listening on loops and trying to, figure it all out. Probably other things that we don't even know, we can't imagine that DJ does. And it's very interesting to watch your guys' process, because I find with Paul is very much what comes to me at the moment, let's do it. And they both come out beautifully, but it's just an interesting disparity between the two of you on how you make music. So I'm just curious to hear, more about that creative process for you, Paul. Is it always whatever comes to you at the moment, or are there times where you're sitting down listening to tunes over and over again? Do you ever have those DJ moments as well? And DJ, do you ever have those Paul moments where you're like, oh man, we should do this and hammer it out and go?
Well, I've had, the only reason I could have Paul moments is because I've had 20 years of DJ moments. I'm sad that we're calling this DJ. Let's not call it DJ moments. That makes DJ. But no, it sounds bad. No, but the long drawn out process. That's what we mean. They're both
equally valuable processes. It's just interesting because it really comes down to different styles of creativity. Yeah, and for me personally, I kind of lean in the Paul direction. I'm very I can't draw something out in advance. I had some questions for this stream, but James was like, do you have a list of questions for me to look at beforehand? I'm like, him and I are very opposite. I will
DJ
be more
Batman
natural.
prep time. We need all the prep time,
Yes.
baby. We need
He's
that
the Batman
utility.
prep time.
We need the utility belt, baby.
So I'm very much I wouldn't feel natural if I come into this with okay guys, I'm gonna ask this and then this and then this. I have it in my head what I want to do, and then I execute and I just go for it, and whatever happens. This stream could have been an hour, or it could have been 5 hours. I had no idea, but I was let's do it. And James is very much okay, we're doing this and we're doing this and we're doing this. So it's just very interesting because both come out with great results, right?
Yeah.
But it's very different.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I guess I have the luck and privilege of being able to play instruments, which it makes things go faster, because drawing it out, sequencing it out like DJ does, that is a fucking process, and it's just logistics, I can basically me playing the guitar is as if DJ was laying out the fucking thing in a swipe, If he was able to sequence things in just one quick swipe, that's basically playing. I luckily can get dick around faster, whereas he has to let's try this sequence. Oh no. Let's rebuild it. So I've been there. I've done the sequence. I luckily know that side of things, the electronic side of things, which is what Sound on Saturn really was. Is just a lot of just electronic stuff. But I tried to do it my way. Sound on Saturn is electronic music, but as what's the word, as not sequenced and loop as possible. The only thing that was looping for most of my tracks was just drums. Everything else I built from bass, or I did the bass myself, a guitar, or everything. Whereas most people will find a loop and then loop that, or that's what I did with Badanga Bangs. Badanga Bangs music, I usually started off with a loop that I found in Reason, which is the program I use. I was like, oh, this is a cool loop, and then I built around that, not a drum loop. A drum loop is easy, you just get drums and you just kind of loop it, and then from there you could build whatever notes you want. But if you find a loop with actual notes in it, with this actual scale, and then build around that, that's tougher. And that I did that process with Badanga Bangs. But with Sound on Saturn, I did more of a just natural approach. But I want to make electronic music, but I want to not have to sit there and map it out, which is why I got this thing, so I could fucking da-da-da-da. And yeah.
DJ, what about you? Have you ever had a song where you've had to hammer it out quickly, and what do you feel the drawn out process versus the hammering it out all right, it's done?
Pretty much everything for me is the long drawn out process, just because of the way I make music. The most recent one of memory is the song I wrote for Star Trek Engage, where it was literally all coming together in one evening. So for me, it was I'll have to open up FL Studio, but I want to say it all came together in about maybe the span of 3 hours or so, for about 30 seconds of music. But it just, I found the right instruments, I found the right synthesizers to use, and it was just magic
works.
So the thing that Paul was talking about for me, why music takes so long. So for Paul, he can just grab a guitar and start playing, find the right chords he wants to use and go from there. For me, I have to go through libraries of instruments and synths and patterns or patches, whatever you want to call them, to find the right sound first. And then I have to go, okay, it's sort of like picking ingredients, but it's sort of like if you were to write a recipe, a cooking recipe from scratch, you don't know what you're going to make, and you're picking the first ingredient, and then you're like, okay, what goes with this? Okay, what hi-hat goes best with this bass line? What goes best with these chords? Does this sound good? Okay, what about at this BPM? All right, let's slow it down, let's add some effects, and so on and so forth. So it's just how I've always written music. And there's people that take it to even greater extremes than me. If you get into things like modular synthesizers, oh fuck no, I couldn't do it. There are people who will spend hours tuning single instruments for a song for hours or days to get it just right.
With that, mostly people have physical analog stuff, so they'll have mountains of stuff, and they're tweak plugging this into here, plugging this into here, just to fucking. And
you have wires going everywhere,
everywhere, and then they play on the keyboard and something comes out, which that's crazy too, man. And yeah.
I'm just glad I have all of that in my DAW, so I don't have to take up any floor space with synthesizers or keyboards or anything like that. It's just all on my computer, and it's so much more just the amount of real estate and the amount of money I save on not having to buy a set of turntables or an amp or a compressor or things like that. It's just great just having it all in one box.
Yeah. I pretty much did the same idea with the band, because most bands play with an acoustic, not electronic drum set, and through amps and PAs, and that wouldn't sound good on stream because I would have to mic things up, and it would be way more. So I've dumbed things down to my amp is now just this pedal, and it just comes right into right out. So I've taken the same approach as those old school synthesized people with the plugging in everything, and just eliminating, because if you think about it, amps, everything, they're just tiny computers, so if you so if you could just take all that and put it into one computer, which that's what I do, I just run things off my laptop. Thank God for modern technology. We don't need a mountain of gear, a computer this big to just make noise. We could just plug it into the computer and it makes noise. The computer has way more RAM power than any individual, than this thing, and then this thing. It's each thing has a half a megabyte of RAM memory that Like, so if you could just, hey, I got 16 gigs of RAM memory right here. Let's all load it up into here and play through there. Thank God for that. Like you said,
definitely.
it takes up less real estate space, costs a whole lot less. Yeah, for sure. You literally, I'm done buying amps. You know, I'm plugging directly into the. If I go play at if I play a show at a venue, I'm plugging directly into their PA speaker. I'm not bringing an amp.
Yeah, exactly. You can just run your whole setup through like a laptop or something like that.
Pretty much, yeah. So thank God for that, for computers being from going.
Yay, modern technology.
Yay, modern technology. Computers went from being the size of a whole room to being this. So that's nuts. So that with that, it made music a lot easier to make. You know, we don't have to.
Yeah.
We could just plug like all the plugging stuff in. We just click one button in the computer and all done.
Yeah. This is why I said like I wouldn't be able to make music like 15, 20 years ago if I were alive. If I hit my peak in like the 70s or something, like I would have to go to a studio or something like that, or just know someone who had, you know, like a Moog or a Prophet or one of those other like really expensive keyboards at the time.
Yeah.
And you know, since I'm like disabled, I have barely any money as it is, so just having everything on a computer, you know, it's perfect for me.
Yeah, for sure. It has made the music process a lot easier, for sure. But I there's another topic, but I think with the ease of anybody can make music in their house, it has diluted.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword
industry.
for sure.
It is, yeah. But that's another topic of discussion.
That was also on my list. I think we should go through Spazer because we have about 30 minutes left. So I want to go through the inspiration behind some of the video game music you did because a lot of people love that stuff. And then if we have time at the end of it, I will ask one final question. And if you guys agree to a part 2, we can absolutely tackle all the other stuff another time too.
Hot dog, I'm down.
Yeah.
Just quickly, I want to say thank you, Com, for that raid. Fuck the Alliance, and welcome everybody. We are listening to, if you're just joining us, these two lovely folks, DJ Axis and Paul Hadouken, talk about all things music and their history with music and everything. So I hope you're enjoying the show, and I think everybody has been. So welcome everybody just coming in for the very first time, and let's continue it.
Howdy.
Howdy. All right, Paul.
Yeah,
let's hear about your inspiration around Spazer. Am I saying the name right?
Yeah, I think it's Spazer. I don't even know what it is. I call
Your
it
name?
Spazer.
What do you mean?
It's Metroid. Go ask Nintendo what they called it.
True. Okay. So, what was your inspiration behind? Well, I guess Metroid was the inspiration behind the name, so we can skip that.
Yeah.
But you know, what video game cover did you do first? Was that inspired by being a part of a certain like video game community that you started doing that? Did you just like pick up the guitar and you're like, I'm gonna play this song, I like it? What started you off with the video game side of it?
Yeah, it's actually pretty similar to DJ here. I really wasn't making too much music at that time. I remember I went on game trailers a lot. I would go on game trailers, look up game stuff, what new games were coming out. I was a shill for Jeff Keighley because I think Jeff Keighley was part of game trailers. The
Dorito
He was
Pope
everywhere.
himself.
He was on G4 for a while too. I remember watching him there.
Right, but he did a lot of but game trailers itself, like I was always on there, and then same thing with the Angry Video Game Nerd. Everybody fell in love with that, and then that straight led them to Screw Attack. And when I got started hanging out in Screw Attack, I was like, dude, this place is awesome. And I don't think I heard like you said that there was a podcast where they were asking for music. I didn't hear that. I think I came in I was like watching stuff, kind of lurking, but not really like totally like where I go on the website every day. Eventually I did, and I was like always on and all that, and I can't remember what really made me go, oh, I'm gonna cover. You know what it was? I just remember what it was. I think I saw someone do like a badass cover of the first stage theme of Contra. And I was like, that is awesome. So I think that was kind of like the first thing that kind of like, I was like, that's a good idea. I should do that. and just hanging around in Screw Attack, you know, I was like just reliving the, you know, at the time retro games, because I think whatever it was like 360 era at that time.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna
just
ask
like,
what year it was roughly for you, like
Yeah, so
2007 or.
yeah, so 2007, 2008, maybe a little after that, because I think I was just lurking, because I remember I left my band in 2009, and it was like shortly after that I made the covers. So it may have been around 2009 where I was starting to do the covers, and yeah, I remember seeing going on Screw Attack, and yeah, everybody was just like, you know, fan made art, you know, remixes. I do clearly remember seeing retro remix all over Screw Attack, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to try something like this out. So I did the metal remixes of a bunch of songs. I can't remember what the first one I did was. Must have been Mega Man. I think it was Flash Man.
It's a good
I'm
choice.
pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did Flash Man stage from Mega Man 2, and then I think I just started doing a bunch of, and then after that I think I did the Dr. Wily one. I was just on a Mega Man 2 kick. I was like, because Mega Man 2, we'll get to it when we talk about video game music, but Mega Man 2, I think even DJ agrees with Mega Man 2. Something about that soundtrack was just like, holy shit! It was like spot on.
Mega Man 2, best Mega Man soundtrack.
For real, man. I know people say, oh, 3 or X or whatever. I'm like, dude, 2. Every level. Crash Man, Flash Man, Dr. Wily's song for that game is so epic. I'm like, that's why I turned it into like a slowed down epic version of it, because normally it's like, and I'm like, no, let's go. You know, so
Yeah, I like that part of it too.
yeah, so I'm like, yeah, let's just make these songs sound like something that would come from me, put my flavor to it, and yeah, I didn't get too much attention for those. I honestly was trying to like catch up with DJ and all of them. Everybody was making remixes. Everybody was throwing their hat in the pool, and I was just I showed up late too. Like I said, 2009, 2010 is around the time I was doing these, and it got some attention. Like some people in the forums were like, "Oh, this is awesome, dude! This is pretty cool," and all that. But I maybe once or twice was like, you know, they had like the front page for like the creator of the day or whatever, video of the day by G1 or something. And maybe one of my songs ended up there a few times, but nah, it didn't really kick off. I remember, because the first I did, like I was putting out like songs here or there, but my goal was like just to do an album, you know, like I wanted to be like, you know, the idea was Games That Rock Volume 1, you know, that was the idea. And then I was gonna start, I think I was in the middle of working on Games That Rock Volume 2, and I even remember talking with like a couple G1s. I'm like, hey, could someone make me album artwork? And this dude, they call me the Fizz, I think he was a moderator or something.
He was, yeah.
Yeah, he hit me up. He's like, "Hey, I got you." And then when I was doing Volume 2, he made a second one. It's actually really cool. I lost it, but he made some cool art where he turned a guitar. He somehow made a V-neck guitar out of like an OG Nintendo controller. It was awesome.
Wow,
I
that's
don't
cool.
Yeah, he drew it out. It was really cool. It was a cool album art, but I kind of stopped right in the middle of that. And the 5 songs that I started with that one ended up just being part of Volume 1, and I just ended up being like, all right, just one album, Games That Rock, 15 songs, cool. I think, and it's funny, I remember the song, the 6th song I was working on that was Ryu's stage from Street Fighter 2, and I was in the middle of that, and I just stopped. I don't remember why I just stopped and gave up on all the video game covers. I think I just burnt out, you know, because I did 15 songs in the span of maybe, I don't even remember. It was a short span, but I burnt myself out on that. And yeah, I remember not touching covers for a long time. and then stopped paying attention to Screw Attack altogether. And think I just went back to, life and starting another band, I think. Maybe that's around the time I started the elevator incident again, I think. Yeah, sounds about right. But, yeah, man, the inspiration, like, I started off doing Mega Man songs, and then literally, I think I was just ripping off whatever the top 10 video Screw Attack made for top 10 best game songs.
Oh, really? You were just choosing songs out of that?
I've never played Secret of Mana, but I did the theme song to it because it was on that list.
Man, that game's a classic. Come on.
It is.
Yeah, I'm not a big. The first RPG I played was fucking Skyrim. So turn-based. I think my first turn-based RPG was fucking South Park. So I'm really late to the RPG
Hurts
game.
my soul. It hurts.
Secret of Mana isn't even turn-based. Come on. It's action
Sorry.
RPG.
Chrono Trigger. Never played Chrono Trigger, but I did the swap theme.
I feel your pain, Kate. I feel your pain right now. We need to have a podcast where we vent about this.
So, spoiler alert, I've already announced the rest of the year's town squares. You guys know what those are, except for the secret December one, which is not related to this, but there is on my list a conversation about JRPGs. And so many people in this community don't give a fuck about them, and it hurts my soul.
It's gonna be a sleep stream.
Hurts my soul.
It's gonna be a solo K stream, just talking.
It's just gonna be me.
Nice. I got the
It's
day
just
off.
gonna be me and DJ. DJ will be with me.
I will be there. I will totally be there.
Dude will be there with me for some. He'll be like the 50-50.
I'll be trolling in the chat.
It hurts my soul,
I'm gonna
man.
be your number one detractor.
I welcome it, please.
Yeah.
Please do. I've already yelled about achievements and yelled about all sorts of stuff. I deserve it after this.
You're gonna be the next lol cow. Everyone's gonna just hate you for.
Yes. That's the dream.
And I'm gonna be making streams of you every single day, like just picking apart every single sentence you say, and seeing if I can spread the hate.
Hey, we have some people in chat that would actually join me on it. Jason says he'll be in there. Gino says he'll be in there. I have some people.
Nice.
I have some people. I'm okay. But Paul, I want to ask you a question about. Oh no, I'm gonna get the name wrong, so I'm not even gonna say it. But the Doom and Duke Nukem crossover song. I can't remember what you're talking about.
Yeah.
D-Day.
But I want to understand how that came together. Like, what was your? That is like to me a masterpiece. That is a masterpiece.
I think I was just. Oh, you know what it was? Is I didn't want to do the entire song of either of them, so I decided to just put them together.
Chocolate and peanut butter.
Do that more often.
They were pretty close together, as far as like riff wise. So I'm like, oh shit, Duke Nukem and E1M1 are pretty close together. You know, they're like as far as like riff wise. And then yeah, I think that I was like, oh, but Duke Nukem's slower, so that's when I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna start slowing it down and fucking and just jump into it. It just came to me. I honestly don't know how it came together. I know I loved E1M1. That fucking song's a classic. And same thing with Duke Nukem. I think I wanted to do just like a FPS inspired song, and I'm like, I didn't want to do each one individually because I didn't think I could nail. Like, because is there more to E1M1? I tend to take parts from songs and not do the full thing. So, like,
Keep Frankensteining. Seriously.
Yeah, I'm Frankensteining
gold.
some songs. Yeah, like the Secret of Mana one. Like, that's not the full thing. It's only just the first half of it because eventually it starts going like, and I'm like, I don't want to do that. I just like that first half where it sounds really fucking.
That shit's
like,
too whimsical. Get out
too
of
whimsical.
here.
Basically, if the song starts getting too whimsical, I'm not gonna do that part. Same thing, honestly, with the Bionic Commando cover. I thought that first half of that song just sounded so eerie, but then it goes into like a right afterwards, and I'm like, you ruined it. So I basically fixed it.
You need some whimsy
Perfect,
in your
it's
life.
good.
Come on, do the whimsical part. It's
We need Paul in a tutu doing whimsical ass music. That's what we need. Exactly.
We have about 20 minutes left. Yeah, you know what? We'll do one like really quick, easy question that'll be relatable to chat too. Chat, chime in. But let's just talk about favorite video game soundtracks.
Hell yeah.
Easy one. Easy one.
Easy. Well, we already know Mega Man 2 is the best.
Mega Man 2 would be a really good one. I'm gonna throw Donkey Kong Country into the ring.
Yes, that's
Anything
one of my
Donkey
top
Kong
two.
is probably the most
Actually,
powerful that I think of in video games.
I was almost. I was doing the Ryu theme song for my whatchamacallit, and I was working on 2 songs when I finished Spazer that I didn't complete. One was Ryu's theme song. The other one was what's the boss for Kong, Donkey Kong Country?
King K.
the
Rool.
last
King
boss.
K. Rool.
K. Rool.
Why did you do it, Paul? Do it.
I know. I was in the middle of it, and then I just cut.
Finish it.
I burnt
Finish it.
out.
Gangplank Galleon. It's maybe the
Gangplank
best
Galleon.
song in
Unburnout.
that whole game.
Yes.
Yes.
So I will have to do a stream of that song. Hell yeah. But Donkey Kong Country is fucking, and now with aquatic ambience just on every fucking.
Yeah.
That is Donkey Kong, right?
Yep.
That song.
Yeah.
Yep.
That being in every TikTok, everybody's seen that zoning out cat meme, right?
No.
You've never seen the zoning
What?
out cat? Where he's just like staring at someone, and then it plays aquatic ambience in the back.
No, I don't think so.
Oh my god! Look up zoning out cat, and I'm guaranteed aquatic ambience is definitely the background noise for that.
I've seen
It's
a
the
lot of
fun-
cat zoning out, but not to aquatic ambience. I've seen a lot of
Really?
monkeys zone out to aquatic ambience. I zone out to aquatic ambience, and I'm a monkey.
It's specifically a black cat that's staring at another cat, and he's just like, whatever. He's got like the whatever is look at his face, and that song starts playing, and I'm like, I love it. I love every fucking meme that plays that song because it's so great. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country is definitely legendary.
DJ, what about you? What are your soundtracks that stand out for you?
Oh, there's so many of them, but some really noticeable ones. Ones of
Notable,
note.
yeah.
Notable, yeah.
Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Final
Anything
Fantasy,
Final
though,
Fantasy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very whimsical.
Yeah, you-
just all over.
I was gonna say I could probably just blanket cover anything SquareSoft on the Super Nintendo or PlayStation, like PS1, just masterclass in soundtracks, just perfection. See, I
When
wanted
I
to
think
talk
of,
about.
I was gonna say when I think of Final Fantasy, like I know 7 is a really popular one for people. Final Fantasy 10 is one of the like there's some games where you get like slightly emotional if you know the story of a game. It's like
Yeah.
for that, I am like resisting the urge to be like emotional over hearing that piano when I first launched that game. You know, like anything. There's the cat. What is the cat doing? But yeah, Final Fantasy X, absolutely, like, just, it's powerful. So when you say Final Fantasy, I completely agree. DJ, you're mentioning another one.
So I was going to talk about some like deep cuts, in like Super Nintendo or like NES library that, and if you know, you know. So like for Super Nintendo, Plock.
Plock!
That game's music is James knows.
Yeah,
James knows.
It's literally
So
in my gym
good.
playlist is Plock. I've never played Plock, but I listen to Plock.
It's hard as balls, but that game's music is just so good.
That music will make you hard as balls. It's amazing.
It does every time I listen to it. It's like Viagra. It's like musical Viagra.
Who needs Viagra
Plock?
when you got Plock?
Yeah,
I'm looking this
exactly.
up. How do you spell
It's-
that?
PLOK.
Okay, yep, it's that good. Man, what else? Just again, anything like I've done remixes for, like SimCity. I did one recently for Jackie Chan's Action Kung Fu. Mega Man 2. Just any game that I've covered music for, just assume it's already on my list for best soundtrack. Some other ones, GoldenEye, great music. Diddy Kong Racing, obviously,
Yes.
just perfection. Think for NES, Shatterhand, great music. Shadow of the Ninja, that's getting a remake soon. Great music. I don't even need to include any Mario game. Everyone already knows, but I would actually say Dr. Mario is good too.
Yeah.
Kirby games are always good for good music.
Yeah, I'm looking up a meme right now. I don't know how I'll share it, but fucking Sonic music.
Well, Kay should
yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
Sonic
Hold on.
music. I could do. Look, what I want to do actually, just we're gonna do a Sonic stream with Internet Crusader, obviously. Like, me and him are gonna go crazy over it. But I want to just deep dive into Sonic music with him. I think it's gonna be so fun. There's so many good soundtracks.
Oh, and
Yeah,
some other
for
ones.
sure.
James would agree to this. A lot of old DOS games,
Yes.
just amazing musics that no one ever talks about. Jazz Jackrabbit.
Oh.
James, you remember the music from that Doom mod you were playing? It's
Yes.
so good.
Yes.
By the way, jazz music is all tracker music. It's got that sound. You can hear it a mile away.
right,
It's
that's
just
right.
amazing.
Yeah, that you just reminded me of a game called it was a DOS game called Epic Pinball, which I might actually
Epic
stream.
Pinball, yes.
I might stream it one day. It was my
I love
childhood
Epic
pinball
Pinball.
game, and the music, the opening track to Epic Pinball,
Mhm.
it's amazing, and it's a fucking pinball game, and it feels so good.
As soon as you hear it, it's like you couldn't have played that game for like 20 or 30 years, and as soon as you hear that music when you boot the game up,
Yes.
you know exactly. Yeah, I played so much Epic Pinball, dude. That game is
Oh.
fucking great.
Yeah, I bought it on GOG because I'm like, I'm gonna have to fucking stream this one day and show you guys all the glory that it's the best fucking pinball that you'll ever
Yeah.
get in your life.
It's not as good, but Pinball Fantasies, I feel, is like it's like a worthy runner-up to Epic Pinball. There's not as many tables, but the music it's just tracker gold.
Pinball
it's
Fantasy.
just so good.
I'm wondering if
Yeah,
I played
Pinball
it.
Fantasies. I think there's only like I never played the expansion, so I think the one I had only had 4 tables to it.
Let's see. And it would be a 90s game, I assume, right?
It is. It's another 90s DOS game.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I think I played this on like the PS1 or something, actually. But yeah,
Yeah,
I played
there's a
so many pinball games as a kid that were
There's
like
actually a
DOS
Super
games.
Nintendo port of that, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, there's actually a Super
Oh my
Nintendo port.
God. Yeah, I love
Oh, yeah,
those
people-
old pinball games. Good lord.
Yeah. And once again, all the music in it is like tracker music. It's so
Nice.
There is something magical about it.
Other shout outs I see in the chat, Doom, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have James
Ca-
do a big rapid fire of that because there's a lot of good stuff in the chat too.
Hell yeah.
You want me to go
I'll-
through chat? I can. I can do it for you if you want.
Well, let's let Paul,
I
if
got-
he has any other honorable
got
mentions, and then we'll do it after.
couple more, yeah. What was I just about? I blanked on the one I was about to say.
You were talking
but,
about Doom, and then you were like,
Doom.
and
Oh yeah, Contra,
of
obviously
course.
huge. Killer Instinct, I saw also in
Mhm.
the chat, but that's I did a theme song of the Killer Instinct. That fucking Killer Instinct.
oh yeah,
Killer.
I forgot you did that too. Yeah.
Yeah, the theme song and the menu music at the end there. more Frankenstein one more recent, well, kind of recent now. I guess it would be a retro game, Mirror's Edge.
yeah.
It is.
That one's good. Yeah.
I literally stopped listening to metal for like 10 years because of Mirror's Edge. The artist, his name is like Magnus something. He's some sort of Swedish person, I believe. I don't know. His alter ego is called Solar Fields. I think that's kind of where I stole Sound on Saturn from because it's very spacey.
Right.
But Solar Fields, like it's so ambient and just holy shit, like pretty much like aquatic ambience, but fucking just entire albums worth of just like chill, ambient, laid back music that just fucking just washes over you. That's like, oh my god. I highly recommend either listening just to the soundtrack of Mirror's Edge, the first one. He did the second one too, so the music in Catalyst is also the same guy. Or go check out Solar Fields. Like, it's very just chill, laid back, ambient electronic music. You could just get stoned to it and just fucking stare at the sky and go, whoa! Love it. Oh, and I also got one meme quick reel here. I don't know if this
You
is
gonna
gonna
just
work
throw
out
it?
well.
You gonna throw it on
I'm just
the
gonna show it
screen
right here.
All right, do it.
I'm just gonna show it on my TV. Yeah. So it says, nobody. Sega in the studio making music for Sonic the Hedgehog. Right.
What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Oh, okay, I see. He's going hard. He's going hard. He's going to town.
They go so. I love that soundtrack. Just any Sonic soundtrack is
Yeah.
good,
That's too good, man. That is
especially
too
when you
good.
get into like the casino zones and stuff. Oh,
Streets of Rage. Oh, I love Streets of Rage.
Yeah.
That had
yeah.
some
Streets
good
of Rage
music.
1 and 2, especially.
Oh, that first level. Dun,
Yep.
dun, 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 dun. Holy shit! So good.
That song is so technotronic. Like it has like the same, that dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Fuck, that song's good.
Hell yeah.
Some other mentions for me. Any soundtrack composed by the Folan brothers, either Tim Folan or Jeff Folan. This is really old music, but they did the NES Silver Surfer. They worked on Plock. They worked on Treasure Master for the NES. Mostly they did like European computer games, but they did do some like NES soundtracks. Solstice was by them. Equinox for the SNES. Oh, it's so good. Just so amazingly good.
Yeah, a lot.
Just every
Go ahead.
every soundtrack they worked on is just gold.
It's amazing because like a lot of music is like you look back at like the old days and like they're very limited, and the argument of when you're limited with technology or whatever you do, you get creative, and when you get creative, it fucking is a banger. It's awesome.
Yeah, limitation breeds innovation.
Yes, absolutely. Huge. I believe in that 100%.
And if
James?
I've got
Wait, what's it?
if I got time for one final recommendation or one final soundtrack, Max Payne 2. But the reason being is because one of the musicians and poets of the fall actually used to make tracker music, and he was like one of his songs was instrumental in inspiring me to make music in the first place.
Oh shit!
I'll have to link that. I'll link the song like in the Discord if you want to hear it. But yeah, he actually went on to be in Poets in the Fall, and he worked on Max Payne 2 and a couple other games too. So
Hot dog.
yeah.
James, go hammer through chat, and then we'll do our outros.
Huh?
I've already
Okay.
dragged these guys through like 4 hours. I'm so sorry.
All right, chat. Let's see
I
what's
could
going
do
on.
another 2.
Good
We'll do
lord!
a part 2.
We got
I mean, I could do another 2 hours, but we will do part 2.
We got JF Raptor fan in the chat saying raid, and yes, thank you again, Com, for that raid and throwing corn in the chat. What do you mean by that corn? What do you mean by that corn over there? Good lord. And right now, Kay is dropping the link to our Discord in all the chats. If you want to come hang out with these lovely gentlemen, come join our Discord, and you can talk music all day, every day with them. Just now I've locked them in. They can't leave our Discord now. They have to talk music with you. And we got Jason in chat saying, I get to see them next week, my 30th time. Coheed? I don't think I've seen a single band 30 times. I think my peak would be either Maiden or Rob Zombie. And that's probably only like 5 times between the two of them. But good lord, actually, 30 times? That's insane, dude.
I think I've seen a band like 11 times, a band called American Head Charge.
I haven't even heard of them. DJ, have you seen any band a stupid amount of times?
No, I haven't been to a show.
Never?
He can't see anything.
Oh my
I'm
god.
legally blind.
I'm legally blind.
You can listen.
Yeah, I've never been to a live show.
Oh my god, that is crazy. We got to rectify that one day. And we have Dude1286 coming in and saying, my favorite rap song is I Hate Hip Hop by Tom McDonald. I don't even know who that person is, but I agree with his song title. Nerdy Neo
He's
says...
Canadian.
I don't know all of them. Yeah,
you do.
Canada's small, but it's not that small. I only know 3/4 of Canada. And we got Nerdy Neo in the chat saying, my rock band name was Point of Impact. That's good names! Kendon says there's something to be said about that tube sound, though. True, I love a good tube. And Jazzy Panda says, not even Illusion of Gaia? I don't remember what that was referring to, but shout out to...
It was
If I
Paul
played
playing RPGs.
RPGs, yeah.
Oh, and I don't even know Illusion of Gaia.
I don't know.
That game is awesome.
Don't shake your head at me.
Yeah, CK knows what's up.
I was growing up on fucking Smash TV and Twisted Metal and shit. Jason says, I'll be there. And Gino says, and me. We got some JRPG shoutouts in there. And Dude1286 says, I'll be at the JRPGs as I've played a ton of Final Fantasy. There is some obscure stuff I've played, like Blue Dragon as well. I remember Blue Dragon being a big deal because it was Xbox's attempt to be like, hey, Japan, please like us. Please? Will you like us if we make one of these, like, funky JRPG games? Come on. Like us. And then they didn't. Kendon says, listen, make fun of the lol cow, but at least I get lots of engagement from it. I wouldn't have heard of DSP if he wasn't such a lol cow. That's true. What do you think I'm trying to do here? Dude1286 says, Doom 2016. Gino says, Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess. Oh, and yeah, I will agree. Doom 2016 is a great soundtrack. And in fact, Doom Eternal, one of the few good things about that is the soundtrack. Where the fucking chat scroll? God damn it, chat. And then Jason says Final Fantasy VII, and I'm actually going to choose the remake over the OG or Killer Instinct. I will agree that Killer Instinct...
Whoa. You're glossing over. He just said that he would consider the remake music better than the original?
Well, I will give a shout out to the remake of Final Fantasy VII because that fucking town song was stuck in my head forever. I don't even remember what
I'm shocked because Jason's a big Final Fantasy fan, so that's really cool. I want to talk to you more about that on a stream.
Gino says Pokemon Yellow. Nerdy Neo says, I'm 45 minutes behind and catching up at 2 times speed. Why are you listing video games? Nerdy Neo is sounding like me. Kendon says, best game soundtrack. And then he says, I'm with dude. Doom OST is awesome. True. Gino says Mega Man X3. Nerdy Neo says Mega Man X3 is my fave, but I think X1 soundtrack is better. Nerdy Neo says the Ori game soundtracks are amazing too. I don't think I've heard anything from the Ori games, so I'll have to listen to those. Jazzy Panda says, oof, throw in all Alexander Brandon and Robert Allen. And Jazzy Panda also says Magnus Paulsen, the guy that did that's the best name for a video game ever. Crazy T says there should be a part 2.
I think it's a band.
Is it? No, it's a game. I've seen that as a game name. It's VVVVVVVVVVV.
Yeah.
But I call it.
You're right.
Crazy T says there should be a part 2 for this for sure. Okay. Say it with me. Say it with me, Crazy T. Mecha hi, mecha hi ho. Your wish is granted. Paul Hadouken says, and he's here. What the hell? Paul Hadouken says Magnus Bergeson does Solar Fields. And then there is Kay shouting out the Discord. And also, no matter what chat room you're in, check out those links in the chat because you can find DJ Axis's and Paul Hadouken's music right there. Click those frickin' links and all the music you've been listening to this stream non-fricking stop. You can find their sweet tunes. Kendon also says, my cousin works for an airline and has gone to a lot of Guns N' Roses. Really? Like, she saw them in Portugal, Japan, and Argentina. She's been to more Guns N' Roses than I've been to concerts, period. Good lord. What's her take on Axl? Is Axl still doing things well?
Yeah, he's still got the cornrows and all.
Oh my god.
No, he doesn't.
I bought Chinese democracies. Good lord. Jason says it's tough, but that remake soundtrack was so good. Final Fantasy VII, so good. And Crazy T says, I will be watching K. And that is the chat.
Nice. I wanted to say 2 things real quick. The way how I found this whole community again was the exact same way how he did it. DJ did it was through DSP, and I find that shit to be hilarious that we all fucking got back together because of fucking DSP. Oh, we lost Kay. Oh, she's
Kay rage quit.
Yeah, she's like, no more talking.
You JRPGs, fuck all of you. No, I just was hearing 10-speed robot voice, and I was like, what the fuck is happening?
What?
Good. He was like, to the point where I couldn't even understand what he was saying.
No, that's literally, there was no issues. That's just how I sound.
Yeah. Oh, okay, perfect. That was Nerdy Neo listening to you trying to catch up with everything. That's what I was experiencing.
Oh, exactly.
Nice. Yeah.
I was going full blur for you Transformers fans out there.
But it's funny that we found side scrollers and all that. And literally, if DJ had found Craig 1 week before I did, the theme song to side scrollers would have been probably by DJ Access. I just came first.
You came first?
I'm just gonna put it out there, DJ, you should also be doing some music for Craig. Like, I think that would be huge for the fans of Classic Screw Attack, so poke Craig.
For sure.
I mean, James and I are gonna be on the show in a few weeks. I'm gonna poke Craig on it too.
The thing
is, we all poking Craig.
The thing is, Craig's already poked me because he was actually going to help with the PC replacement, but he was like, I see you've kind of already got that in hand. And he kind of said something like, I do want to work with you on something, so, like, let me know, what you want to do, and we can make it happen.
Hell yeah.
Make it happen.
Make it happen.
Yeah,
Make it so.
Hell yeah. And it's I was gonna say another thing that was kind of funny is that like it was literally like a week after I hit up Craig, like, hey, you need, because the same story happened to me too, where I was like, I'd popped in the late night stream chat. And I'm like, hey, Craig, I used to be Spazer back in the day, and I made a couple songs. They used like 2 of my songs in like a top 10 video, a Contra song. They used a top 10, and in one of Metal Gear Ben episodes, they used an original track of mine. When James Rolfe was a floating head, my music started playing. I don't know if you remember that part in Metal Gear Ben where
I never really watched Metal Gear Ben. I couldn't get into it. So but now I want to go back and watch it just for you, actually.
But yeah, they used one of my tracks and all that. So I mentioned in chat, like, when he was doing the night streams, I'm like, hey, yeah, I used to be Spazer, and not like how he recognized DJ right away. He's like, holy shit, DJ Axis, he just did this. He was like, Spazer. Oh yeah, I kind of remember you, like he just a little bit. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, I'm emailing you right now. You need some music, bro? You kind of remember me. That's so
you
literally
remember me.
You slightly remember me, and literally, if it hadn't been for me just poking Craig with the email right away, I guarantee DJ Axis would have had all the music and side scrollers instead of me. I just came first, so I'm sorry, guys. I come too fast.
All I got from this is poking and coming.
And sorry, one last thing. I almost was going to be a rival of DJ Access, because when, like I said, a week later he pops up.
DJ Allies?
No, Access.
Hey, DJ Allies is in the chat. I'm just kidding.
I might be DJ Allies because
I was gonna make that joke.
Because when you popped in a week later, you're like, hey guys, everybody's like, DJ Access, holy shit, that's awesome. It was like literally like a week later after I think maybe I emailed him or maybe sent him something or anything like that. But then you were like, oh, I saw that stream where you popped in the chat and you're like, hey, and he remembered you. And I'm like, oh, this motherfucker's gonna ruin everything for me.
Blood sports, let's fucking go.
So I almost became enemies with DJ Access, but then I'm like, you know what? No, I'm gonna reach out to Olive Branch and be like, yo, dude, what's up, man? Like, whatever. And then we just started chatting. Then somehow we ended up here in Melee Games chatting, and fucking now we're all best friends.
It was a musical Cold War that ended in a deadly alliance.
I'm still kind of wondering though, because like that thing with the Star Trek Engage music, where like Devil asked you like a month ago, and then he didn't hear anything, so then he asked me to do it, and I'm like, yeah, I can put something together. And then like next thing I know, he's like using your music, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? But he just had me.
Yeah, did he ask specifically for 30 seconds?
Yeah, he said he needed something that was about 30 seconds long, and he didn't say what he needed it for.
Right. Okay, so yeah, I'm guessing he intentionally knew he wanted the countdown music. So it's 30 seconds for a countdown. And I sent him, when I did the theme song for the Get Ranked, he's like, yeah, I need something for, I forgot what he called it, but I sent him a 30-second clip of Badanga Bangs instrumental. And then I'm like, I don't know where he's going to use that, but go ahead. And then I realized he's using it for the countdown. So then when you told me he's asking you for music and specifically asked for 30 seconds, then he already knew ahead of time. He only wanted to use that for the intro.
Oh, okay.
And he asked me like, I need 5 minutes and 30. Or no,
yeah.
Like, that was Dermy. Dermy needed 5 minutes.
That countdown music did seem familiar. Now I know it's Badanga Bangs. Oh,
yeah. So when you watch
the best
Get Ranked,
countdown ever.
Yeah, when you watch Get Ranked, the countdown is Badanga Bangs. And then so I'm assuming he knew ahead of time. He just wanted the countdown because he asked me for 3 minutes and 30 seconds specifically.
Yeah,
he sent me a video, so he knew he was going to use both of us the whole time.
I was just confused because I was like making music, and then you were like, "Yeah, I'm about to go work on Devil's music," and I'm like, "Wait, what the fuck's happening here?" Right,
but I'm glad we both of us got to.
Yeah, exactly.
He intended to use both. He wasn't reaching around to either of us.
There's an easy solution, guys. We need games that rock and jam. DJ Axis Paul Hadouken collaboration album.
Hot dog.
It's gonna happen at some point.
Hell yeah.
I'm waiting for it.
It's gonna.
I guess we'll do outros. Okay, yeah. DJ Axis, where can the fine people find you?
Okay, so if you don't know already, I am DJ Axis. I make sweet, sweet original music, and I make sweet, sweet retro remixes over on my YouTube channel. It's just DJ Axis. You can find me on here, you can find me on Rumble, and you can find me on Twitter. Not really doing much of anything on there, but I'm there anyway. Epk's got my channel right up there. That's where I be.
Perfect. And Paul.
Hadouken. Sorry.
I can't pronounce it properly, so I've stopped trying.
I'm joking, guys. I love you
I
guys.
know.
Every time you say it, I'm just like, it's,
I call it Hadouken. I also call it Halloween, so you guys are going to have fun on October 6th when I'm like, Halloween, Halloween. I know, Paul's face says it all.
It's Halloween.
Is it Halloween?
is
I
it?
don't know.
You're saying it
I don't
right.
know.
What's the wrong
Am
way?
I?
Yeah, I say
Everyone always
Halloween.
makes fun of me. They
Halloween.
say I have a Canadian accent.
I say milk wrong, apparently. That's the one I always get hate for, is milk
Yeah, but
and
you say
Pello.
milk.
Milk and Pello.
Milk.
Yeah.
Hello?
I sound like a choking cat when I say words that have I and L in it, apparently.
Milk.
Milk,
Pello.
Pello, what else is there that's an IL word?
Love it. You dang Canadians.
I know. We're broken
Anyways,
people.
Anyways,
people
Paul
find
Hadouken on Twitter. I think I have ADD, guys. No. Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, my main jams, and also Kick and Twitch. I just use restream everybody, but I got to do a link tree so I can just have one link for everything. But yeah, mainly Twitter, YouTube, and Paul Hadouken.
Hadouken.
And thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate this. This was
Yeah,
awesome. I
definitely.
appreciate you guys using our music and opening us, opening. I find it amazing how you guys just like open anyone. Like James, you have a great ability to just be like, "What's up, buddy? I'm gonna be your best friend now." I'm like, and
Oh,
wow.
Thank you, man. Thank you. My whole secret is I hate everything, but I love everybody in the chat. So that's the thing, is if you're taking the time to hang out with me, first of all, why? Second of all, you're great. But everything else I hate. And yeah, if you saw my last Dead by Daylight stream, those survivors can go die in a fucking fire. But anyone that was in the chat, I love you. You guys are the freaking best. So thank you for that comment, Paul. And the feeling is mutual. I just want to say before we head out of here that, yeah, you guys are both so uniquely and starkly talented, but like equally talented. Paul, your music being like with old school traditional instruments and going with your flow and letting the music flow through you like Palpatine intended, and opening up assholes that way. It's fucking beautiful, and you're able to just control people's emotions and turn it up to 11 with your metal stuff, and then also tone people down with the more laid back stuff. And then on the flip side, we have DJ, the Batman prep time, and how you make music, and how I'm so thankful that you were born at the perfect time, DJ, because 20-30 years prior you wouldn't have been able to make these sweet tunes that you do. And the fact that you're able to make this incredible music completely through a computer is just mind-blowing to me. And every time I'm listening to your music, DJ, I'm always pumped up for a video game. And I've had so many people reach out to me and say they just freaking love your music and it's in their rotation. And the same goes for Paul as well. So I am very happy that look, I don't know why anyone watches us, but if there's one reason people watch us, it should be for our intros and our outros, because you guys' music is just absolutely freaking incredible in such unique ways. Like, there's a reason to listen to Paul, there's a reason to listen to DJ, and I love how they're so different and they come together and blend. There's a beautiful playlist that I just love featuring on our channel. So thank you to both of you guys.
Thank you, man. It is weird how our music, like, it's different, but you listen to the playlist and it's like,
it works.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
It really does. It's so fun. It's weird.
And that playlist was originally private, which this was like kind of the first introduction I had to like people really like both of you guys. Was that playlist was just for me. That playlist is just what I play for the intro, for the outro, or when I have to go cry in a corner. And when I said I have a playlist for their music and that's how I play it, I had multiple people be like, where's the playlist? Can I have it? I want to listen to it. I want to listen to it all the time. I want it in my rotation. I want to work out at the gym to this. I want to eat. I want to laugh. I want to cry. I want to sleep to this music. So I was like, fine. I will make the playlist public, and probably it's our most watched playlist on the frickin' channel, I bet, and it's not even our content. It's your guys' amazing content, so thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And hell yeah, man, I really appreciate that. And yeah, no, hey, don't sell yourself short with why people come watch you. You have a fantastic brain. I can't understand.
No one understands it. I've been through so many therapists. Nobody understands it. But I won't sell myself short. I am 6'2", so I have that going for me at least.
Oh, damn, you're 1 inch taller than me. Only by 1 inch.
Crazy T says, go straight, my favorite. Crazy T out of context. I love that comment. Go straight, my favorite. Sounds like something from Fifth Element.
Hot dog.
So yeah, no, thank you guys so much for coming to this stream. And like I said, I can't stress it enough. You guys are stupid talented in completely opposite directions, but just fucking equally. And you guys are the chocolate and peanut butter musically of this show. So thank you guys for doing everything you do. And I can't wait to see what musical talents you guys have in the future. So keep making that music and keep pumping them up into that playlist. And everyone in chat, if you don't know already, check out Paul Hadouken. Paul Hadouken. I can say it right. Paul Hadouken. I just like how Hadouken. I like how.
It just sounds weird when you say Dukin now.
I know. Dough. I like the dough. I like the dough. Everyone go check out Paul Hadouken. Everyone go check out DJ Axis. They are freaking amazing. Anything else, Kay? Or is that a good sign out?
I think you did a really good sign off.
I do my best. All right. Thank you guys. I'm going to exit. Everyone go check out these lovely folk. Until next time, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. I'm still here. What do I do? I need to go to the goodbye screen. There it is. Oh, my God. Thank you guys so much. That was such a unique stream. But I think everybody loved it. I think everyone had a great time. And I loved putting the spotlight on these two lovely people. Everybody frickin' check them out if I did not stress that enough. Paul Hadouken, call him whatever you want, talented man. The links are in the chats, and you've been listening to them non-frickin' stop. And DJ Axis, Paul Hadouken and DJ Axis. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Let me know what you thought of this. We'll probably do a part 2. We're going to do more stuff like this. And until next time, see ya.